Mr. Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Salatel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
It disappeared from a second there. Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Mr. Perez-Verdia is excused for this meeting.
Mr. Dyson. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Rafuse, would you like to come down and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Come on, our new park superintendent. Newish.
This was unanticipated. Okay, a little bit of help from the audience here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to this republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Well done. Again, our newish park superintendent. Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes of previous meetings?
Move to approve the minutes of previous meetings.
Okay, a second. All right, ask for unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, those are approved. Mr. Mayor, do you have a report tonight?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to let the Assembly know that the municipality has submitted a request in the supplemental budget for the state for $3.2 million to help us prepare for the coronavirus. Roughly $2.5 million of that is for the health department. Approximately $200,000 is for the police and fire department, and the remainder is for the Office of Emergency Management. It's our feeling that if we can be a little bit more prepared, that we will be in better position to respond to a contingency that we hope never arises. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's now the Assembly Chair's report. I'd like to start with land acknowledgement. I'd like to take this moment to acknowledge that we are on the traditional homeland of the Dena'ina people, also called Dena'ina Elflena, where they have lived and cared for the land for thousands of years. I'd also like to thank the native village of Eklutna for their friendship and hospitality towards the many Alaskans who now live on these traditional lands. So 2 points of business. First, next Wednesday from 3:30 to 5 o'clock, we will be having a work session wherein the Anchorage School District will be presenting regarding their budget. And we look forward to that. Second, going off what the mayor just said, we had a good meeting today with the clerk's office, myself, and the new municipal attorney regarding COVID-19 and possible preparation that we can make in a legal sense. There are two primary issues that we've identified. One has to do with election workers and our accessible vote center. Another has to do with the requirement in code that Assembly members be physically present to have a quorum. So we are currently working on potential ordinance language for both of those issues. So I'd ask my colleagues to hold this Thursday at 5 p.m. as a possible time for a special Assembly meeting for introduction of that ordinance. We're not sure if it will be done by then. If it is, we will introduce it at a special meeting, and then we will have another special meeting the following week for public testimony. And again, this is in preparation for something that we hope doesn't happen, which is the COVID-19 virus actually coming to Anchorage. I also would ask the clerk to please talk a little bit about plans for remote work with the clerk's staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The clerk's office is following the guidance from the Anchorage Health Department and the Center for Disease Control. They actually have some guidance for poll operations, and we're using that at the election center. And at the clerk's office, we're looking into remote work and other options that are available to employees to make sure that we protect our community and prevent the spread of any disease. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I'll note also, if the special meeting occurs on Thursday, there won't be a requirement for more than 6 of us to be physically present, and will be only for the purposes of introduction. We will not have public testimony or debate at that particular special meeting. At this time, I'd like to have committee reports, and we'll start with you, Mr. Dyson.
Thank you. The only thing to report is on our consent agenda, and I will pull it.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. LaFrance and I held, in our capacity as co-chairs of the Health Policy Committee, held a meeting on COVID-19 at our committee meeting last Wednesday. It was about a 45-minute presentation on the virus and all kinds of information surrounding it. If you are interested in detailed information, all of our meetings, our public meetings, are online, so you can listen afterward. So I invite you to do that. And then Chair Dunbar and I co-chair the Budget Committee. We'll be having our next committee meeting on the 19th from 12 to 1. We'll be starting to discuss the first quarter budget adjustments, and we'll also get another update on SAP. And I'll go ahead and let Mr. Peterson fill us in on the rest.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant, do you have any report tonight?
I'm going to go ahead and let the co-chair for Enterprise Utility Oversight make the report.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Public Safety Committee met on February 26th, and we had a discussion about a 911 outage that happened in February, I believe it was. And ACS was there to explain how it happened and why it happened and how they were assuring us that it won't be happening again. So it was just one of those things where a line got cut accidentally somewhere, and so all of a sudden there was some people in town that were unable to get access to 911 via their cell phones. But it has been fixed, and so that should not be happening again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton?
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To report on the Community and Economic Development Committee, we had a couple things we discussed. One is one of the marijuana establishment applications that we'll be dealing with later today. We did have a conversation over some concerns that came up with the fee increases for contractor inspections, mostly having to do with that affects the roofing companies and probably plumbing companies. And that's still going to be a bit of an ongoing, a little bit more of a conversation. And our next meeting for that committee will be the 19th of March, and that's 9 a.m. in the permitting office. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the spirit of the last meeting where we used technology, let's do it again. So I'm going to ask the clerk's office staff to play the recording.
Estimado alasqueño, el censo del 2020 está por comenzar. Recuerde, el censo es fácil. 10 minutos de su tiempo para responder a 10 preguntas que generan 10 años de financiamiento para nuestras comunidades. Alaska cuenta con usted. 10 preguntas, 10 minutos, 10 años de impacto. Hágase contar.
All right, so that was a message regarding the census, and I'll just quickly repeat it. So the census is about to start. It's quick and easy to take. 10 questions, 10 minutes, 10 years of impact. Be counted. So that's going to be playing on radio stations near you. I want to thank Out North and leaders in the Latinx community for helping get this done and working with me on that. In 2 days, folks should start expecting to get your invites to take the 2020 census. So be prepared to receive those in your mailbox. I'm going to be continuing my work in the Latinx communities. We're actually going to be recording a video that's going to air on Telemundo and social media on Thursday. and also taking lead on applying for a grant with the National League of Cities to continue getting out the census count. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next Committee on Homelessness meeting that I co-chair with Mr. Perez Verdia will be on Wednesday, March 18th from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at City Hall, and we will be taking up 2 items. We'll be hearing from a panel of individuals with lived experience with homelessness, and we will have Brother Francis Shelter and Beans Cafe there to follow up on any additional questions about the campus after our visit that we had, and to hear more about their operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Constant and I co-chair the Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee, and we will be having a special meeting this Thursday, March 12. It's 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., a full 2 hours in City Hall, room 155, and we will be taking a look and discussing the feasibility study and cost-benefit analysis for the SWS Waste to Energy project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Ms. Kennedy, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, if you don't mind, I was remiss in mentioning the Ethics and Elections Committee meeting, and just a real brief report on that. We're still dealing with potential legislative priorities and potential budget issues, and we're still having a conversation, or we still need to have a conversation in where we are in reconciling the service area boundaries, having the right terminology and for those different service areas. So anyway, that meeting, the next meeting for that committee is scheduled for March 25th at noon, and that will be at the Election Center. And I would like to comment that last week I had the opportunity to observe the clerk's department or the clerk's office and her staff as they were testing the equipment, doing a kind of a dry run, and training some of the workers as well. And there were, a couple hiccups, but they were just things that had to be checked out and readjusted, and everything seemed to be functioning just fine. And I don't know if Ms. Jones would like to give us a report on that or not, but it was actually very informative, and I think we're pretty much ready for the mail-in ballot election. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Strain, do you have a report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No report.
Thank you. All right, this time I would ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum and laid on the table items.
Move to incorporate the addendum and laid on the table items.
As printed and distributed. Is there any opposition to the motion to incorporate the addendum and laid on the table items as printed and distributed? Seeing no opposition, that is approved. So as some of you know, at this section 8 of the Assembly meeting, I'm sorry, I'm going to skip that. Okay. Okay, hold on. I think there's an error in my script here. Oh, okay. No, it's okay. Okay, so now we just got to go down the line, right? Yep. All right, this time we're going to go down the line and see if there's any pulled items. We'll start with you, Mr. Dyson.
Thank you. 9D12.
9 Delta 12.
9 Delta 14. 9E1 and 9E2. Or 9 Echo 1, 9 Echo 2.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 9A3 and 9D13 and 15.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant, do you have any items this evening?
No items, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 9A1 if I'm going to be presenting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to pull 9A2.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy?
No additional items, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Ms. Strain?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
All right. All right. Consent agenda items number 9A through 9F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items in the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of these items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have the opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So we've just pulled all the items. Now I'll ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to that motion? Mr. Constant?
No objection, but don't we usually go through the list of the items that were pulled so we make sure we didn't miss any?
Good idea, Mr. Constant. Let's do that. All right. So I have 9 Alpha 1 pulled by Mr. Peterson, 9 Alpha 2 pulled by Mr. Weddleton, 9 Alpha 3 pulled by Ms. Quinn Davidson, 9 Delta 12 pulled by Mr. Dyson, 9 Delta 13 pulled by Ms. Quinn Davidson, 9 Delta 14 pulled by Mr. Dyson, 9 Delta 15 pulled by Ms. Quinn Davidson, 9 Echo 1 pulled by Mr. Dyson, and 9 Echo 2 pulled by Mr. Dyson. Are there any additional items from any of my colleagues that you'd like to pull? All right, seeing none. Actually, because he's gone, let's actually take a vote on that. Let's actually vote on that because I think that we need a voice vote from Mr. Constant. So if the members would please vote on the balance of the consent agenda. Mr. Constant, how do you vote?
Yes.
That passes 10-0. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, and 9E, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing in 9F. If you were here to see action on item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, the action is now complete. Okay. We now have before us item 9 Alpha 1, resolution number AR 2020-71, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Mayor Ethan Berkowitz and Dr. Mara Kimmel for their inspired leadership and for being recognized as the Congregation Beth Shalom 2020 recipients of the Shining Lights Award, given to citizens who make Anchorage and the world a better place. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to that motion? All right, seeing none, that is approved. Who is reading, who is presenting?
I am reading, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
AR number 2020-71, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Mayor Ethan Berkowitz and Dr. Mara Kimmel for their inspired leadership and for being recognized as the Congregation of Beth Shalom's 2020 recipients of the Shining Lights Award, given to citizens who make Anchorage and the world a better place. Whereas Ethan Berkowitz and Mara Kimmel grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area, but met in Alaska, having both headed north independently seeking adventure and the chance to do good work, and whereas the couple married in 2000 and chose to raise their 2 children, Ziva and Noah, in Alaska while pursuing a shared vision of Anchorage as a resilient and inclusive community where all residents can feel safe and secure, and whereas Ethan's political philosophy blends the pragmatic and the aspirational, move forward, be bold, dream big. He views public service as a way to move the community closer to ideals of liberty and justice for all, to extend the American dream as widely as possible, and to govern based on facts and results. Under his stewardship, the municipality significantly increased the size of the police department and maintained strong bond ratings despite the state's fiscal crisis. And whereas, as an immigration lawyer, Mara pursues her passion for public policy, human rights, and social justice. She has advocated for victims of human trafficking, domestic violence, and political persecution, and in 2005, co-founded the Alaska Immigration Justice Project, now the Alaska Institute of Justice. Her commitment to justice and opportunity for all Alaskans motivates her leadership to promote a welcoming and resilient Anchorage. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly celebrates Mayor Ethan Berkowitz and Dr. Merrick Himmel for their embodiment of the spirit of Tikkun Olam, for receiving the Shining Lights Award, and for seeking justice, inclusiveness, and opportunity for all, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of March, 2020.
No, please. It's true, there are actually no questions, but we would still love to hear from you both.
You go first.
I want to, first of all, thank the members of Congregation Beth Shalom who are here, who bestowed on us this amazing honor. Thank you. And I'd like to also thank the administration and the Assembly for partnering with us on so many of the initiatives that are actually the true recipients of this award. So thank you all very much for your hard work on behalf of our community. You.
Well, when they announced us that we were going to win this award, they called me into a room, and I thought that I was going to have to sing a song with Diane Kaplan and members of the congregation, and I was truly petrified. Those of you who might have heard me sing in public would be very small in number, and you would recognize why I'd be afraid of that. But this recognition is something I think that is more due to Mara's achievements. I've just been able to ride on her coattails for a long time. I also want to make sure to thank our son, Noah, who's here. He's the tall one. He got his height from me because I didn't use very much of it. And his sister, Ziva, who is waiting anxiously to be able to fly home soon, along with all other college kids in the country. But I do want to thank the Assembly for their graciousness in extending this to us, and to say that we feel very privileged to live in this community. It is a great place to live, and if we can give back just a little bit and make it a little bit better, then we have in some ways repaid the gift that we received from those who came before us. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. We do have a question now from Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations to the both of you. An actually really serious question. What's up with all of the bow ties?
I think you have to ask Chris Schutte about that, but it's at his behest. This is the first time I've ever worn a bow tie in public. First time I've ever worn a bow tie, period, aside from a tuxedo.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
We now have before us item 9 Alpha 2, resolution number AR 2020-72, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing March 2020 as Brain Injury Awareness Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to that motion? Seeing and hearing none, that passes. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I am reading.
Wonderful.
This is Anchorage Resolution number 2020-72. It's a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing March 2020 as Brain Injury Awareness Month. Whereas March is National Brain Injury Awareness Month, a time to recognize the prevalence of brain injuries and help make lives better for individuals who have sustained this kind of trauma. And whereas traumatic and acquired brain injuries can happen to anyone and can bring a lifetime of co-occurring conditions, including but not limited to persistent concussion symptoms, PTSD, physical impairment, developmental delays, paralysis, cognitive and behavioral problems, suicidal thoughts, and a greater risk of dementia and Alzheimer's. They may present lifelong challenges for individuals and their families, and sadly, these injuries are largely preventable as they are typically the result of motor vehicle accidents, falls, assaults, domestic violence, sports, or other occupational injuries. And whereas the incidence of identified traumatic and acquired brain injuries in Alaska is statistically significantly higher than the national rate, and whereas brain injury may contribute to homelessness, substance and alcohol misuse, criminal behavior, domestic violence, and incorrectly diagnosed mental and behavioral health disorders, but with access to updated education, assessment, support, care, and treatment regarding the brain's neuroplasticity, the overall quality of life and independence can greatly increase, and individuals may be able to return to their home, school, work, and community, and overall costs for care will decrease. And whereas policymakers have a responsibility to promote the safety and well-being of their communities and the prevention of brain injuries through resolutions and person-centered policies. And whereas global projects such as Unmasking Brain Injury seek to give survivors a voice, promote brain injury awareness and education, and eliminate stigma and discrimination by showing that persons living with brain injuries are deserving of dignity, respect, compassion, and full inclusion in their communities. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes March 2020 as Brain Injury Awareness Month and encourages the people of Anchorage to further public awareness of the effects of brain injuries and the importance of preventing brain injuries and observe Brain Injury Awareness Month with appropriate programs and activities. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of March 2020.
Hello, my name is Annette Alfonsi, and I'm the partner for Unmasking Brain Injury, an international brain injury awareness project where those with any kind of traumatic or acquired brain injury and their loved ones can make a mask with an explanation of their art to share what it feels like to live with a brain injury. You can see a few masks here today. Visit unmaskingbraininjury.org for more info. Here we are all people with personal connections to brain injury and people that work with those who have brain injuries. We've also been advocating, as you can see, here since 1988. And that's Jill, who's here with us today. We collectively represent millions of dollars and hours spent pursuing treatment, wellness, and independence in a state with ineffective medical and social services for brain injury. The past year, I've hosted community conversations with groups and fields that tend to have a higher number of clients with brain injury, including domestic violence, homelessness, reentry, suicide prevention, substance misuse, child abuse, and senior citizens. Directors know their folks have brain injuries, and they're often the first point of contact for clients, but they don't understand their clients' symptoms through the lens of brain injury. I'm tired of these groups asking you for more money when they're ignoring the undercurrent that is the biggest issue for their clients, and it's hugely inefficient. There aren't social service programs around brain injury compared to mental illness. So if someone has a brain injury and a mental illness and must choose one diagnosis, they may disclose the mental illness to qualify for programs, while the underlying issue may be brain injury, which also requires treatment. We knew about adverse childhood experiences, intergenerational trauma, and the opiate crisis before there were changes to standards of education around them because we lived them. The same undercurrent is happening with brain injury, and we need to respond appropriately before this issue gets worse. So we have two concrete ideas for this body. First is to make municipal funding for any group that is known or suspected to have clients experiencing brain injuries be tied to education. In other words, funds would not be dispersed unless the staff get brain injury education, and the funding should not be used for that education. Unlike medical professionals that tend to focus on diagnosis, these groups focus on function and need to understand the client's symptoms they're witnessing. I know program directors that love this idea. A second idea is create or support a housing unit specifically for brain injury the way other housing units are for people with specific diagnoses and health issues. This would allow for tailored environmental modifications to support healing and could be excellent for group therapies, peer support, and individualized treatment opportunities. I know directors that love this idea also. And since the mayor is here, I'd like to interject a third idea, which is to have a special assistant specifically regarding invisible disabilities in our municipality. To address the need for multidisciplinary intercultural education, I'm planning a traumatic brain injury conference with volunteers hosted by Hope Community Resources on Friday and Saturday, March 27 and 28. We have continuing education credits approved in 8 professional fields, and we have distance education outside of Anchorage. This is planned by volunteers with lived experience with brain injury and chronic illness. Visit alaskabraininjuryeducation.com for more info. Damage to the brain can be healed, but the amount of that healing is dependent on a number of concurrent factors not being maximized in Alaska. We can do better, and it starts with awareness. Thank you very much for your time and for hearing this resolution today.
Thank you, ma'am. Don't see any questions? Thank you. Did you distribute some documents for us as well?
Yes, I shared flyers regarding the brain injury conference that's taking place the last Friday and Saturday in March. You're all welcome to attend, and I invite you to share those shamelessly with anybody that could use any of those credits.
Okay. Oh, I have a question now from Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to mention 2 things. I think Liesl McGuire got a bunch of stuff passed in state law here 10 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Were you there, Pete? Yeah, and she deserves some credit for this state's awareness on brain injuries. And then I have lost 2 people, one of them right now from brain injuries and tough times. One was my favorite cousin who lived in the prairies of Alberta, and he, like my best friend who's dying tonight, were tough guys. When they got a bad headache, they had to tough it out instead of getting treatment. My experience is women are not that stupid, and I just encourage everyone, if you have an unusual headache and so on, to get help soon. And then the other one is people who are taking blood thinners have, generally to prevent strokes, have less capacity for blood clotting and protection against blood loss, in this case subcriminal. And just like the world to know that those folks realize that they're more vulnerable and to take extra precautions with head injuries. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Are there any other questions?
Through the chair, I'd just like to share real quickly. I thank you for sharing your experience, and I'm really sorry for your loss. And one of the things that we're doing this year, which is different in other years, is we're addressing an intercultural approach to healing traumatic brain injury to try to address some of those cultural differences regarding the way that different people approach brain injury. So we are going to have a session regarding men in the construct of domestic violence, for example, specifically to address different ways that folks go about looking for healing. So just to let you know, we're trying to address that.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We got a question here from Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I couldn't resist, but I don't mean for this to turn into a really big conversation. I'm glad you're here, and I thank you so much for basically participating in the awareness part of this. And that's really what my question is about. I also have a friend who lives with traumatic brain injury, and one of his toughest things has been having to deal a lot of times with police, the state troopers, and anyway, and it really made me realize how easily deceiving it is to somebody who doesn't really know what's going on. And so my question really is, so what kind of interaction or training or information are you able to give, like our emergency responders, just in trying to quickly identify what's really going on there rather than assuming the worst about somebody?
Thank you. Through the chair, it's my understanding that APD has are they called a crisis response team? Interventional? Say it louder. CIT, and they are working on training regarding specifically more around mental illness, but that can include behavioral changes regarding a plethora of symptoms. I'm sorry? Oh, and just they know more than I do. So when it comes to emergency services, I've actually been trying to get them to my conference for a while. So if you have ideas, I'm open to it. Or if they need a different kind of continuing education credit, I'm happy to get 9 types instead of 8. I'd also like to refer the person that you mentioned to Access Alaska with Guyleen here. She's an independent living advocate specifically around traumatic and acquired brain injury. And Eric is the new director of Access Alaska. They're a center for independent living. They exist to support advocacy and independent living in order for people to be able to continue living in their community of choice. So for me, I am not healthcare qualified. I'm not certified, but I do consider myself qualified to talk about this and proficient. But when it comes to specific training, my role is to facilitate other people doing the training, which is why I do the conference. So I'm happy to chat with you about how to facilitate that on a systemic level with the folks that are really doing the first person interactions with folks. But you're right, it's something that needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you, Ms. Alfonsi. There are no further questions. Thank you guys so much for coming and presenting to us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we have item 9A3, resolution number AR 2020-79, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing March 2020 as National Women's History Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to that motion? Seeing and hearing none, that passes unanimously. Who is reading? And I'm not sure, do we have someone here to accept this? Oh, Ms. Hall.
I'm reading.
Okay, and who is presenting? Wonderful.
Whereas, growing out of a small town school event in California, Women's History Month is a celebration of women's contributions to history, culture, and society, and the United States has observed it annually throughout the month of March since 1987. And whereas Women's History Month has had a theme every year, and this year the theme, Valiant Women of the Vote, honoring the brave women who fought to win suffrage rights for women and for the women who continue to fight for the voting rights of others. And whereas 2020 is the centennial of the 19th Amendment, which prohibits the government from denying the right to vote to citizens of the United States on the basis of sex. Whereas from legal defense and public education to direct action and civil disobedience, women have expanded the American tradition of using inclusive, democratic, and active means to reduce violence, achieve peace, and promote the common good, and they have given voice to the unrepresented and hope to victims of violence. And whereas many organizations and individuals in Anchorage and Alaska embody this theme by participating in progressive social change movements, serving the U.S. military, providing services to those in need, educating, and being public servants. And whereas during March, events take place to celebrate Women's History Month, including the International Women's Day event at the Lusac Library, Women's History Month luncheon by North to the Future, which provides educational scholarships to Anchorage youth, the second annual Enterprising Woman Business Retreat, and the Alaska Women's Hall of Fame, which continually honors Alaska women and has its induction ceremony scheduled for April 28, 2020. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes March 2020 as National Women's History Month, that is a tongue twister, and encourages our community to participate locally in programs, ceremonies, and activities celebrating the contributions of women to our rich history.
Please. Oh, you have to say something. Introduce yourself, please.
My name is Carolyn Hall. I'm chair of the Anchorage Women's Commission. I am joined by Joan Ryan Este, who is co-chair, and Commissioner Margaret Dugan. Thank you so very much for honoring us for Women's History Month. We certainly appreciate the support and recognition. I don't have prepared marks to share, and I doubt there are any questions.
We've got two questions. One from Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Oh, actually, mine is more of a comment. I wanted to say thanks for being here. But I wanted to note that while 2020 is a centennial of the 19th Amendment, that actually allowed white women to vote, and that for women of color, it took quite a bit longer, and we often forget to mention that, so I just wanted to bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a comment too, and by the way, it's good to see you again. My great-grandmother told me one time when I was, I think, about 10 or 12 years old, that she was in her 50s when she got to vote for the very first time. And I found that hard to believe because I already knew that if you were 21, you could vote. And so we had a pretty interesting conversation about that. And so the country has come a long way in the last century. And it's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Thank you. Would any of the other commissioners like to say a word or two?
We are accepting members, so they're openings. So if anyone wants to join the Women's Commission, please apply for the position. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We are now on item 9 Delta 12, Assembly Memorandum number AM 157-2020, sole source purchase with Bloomberg Finance LP to provide Bloomberg software market rate service for Municipality of Anchorage Public Finance and Investments Administration Purchasing Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Dyson, I believe you pulled this item.
Yeah, thank you. I just wondered if this Bloomberg firm was the Mr. Bloomberg that has been in the press a lot. And does he still own a piece of that company?
Through the chair, this is the same Mr. Bloomberg, and I believe he does still own the company.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, that was Mr. Slifka. Okay. Any further discussion on this item? If not, please vote on this item. Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 9-1. Okay. We are now moving on to item 9 Delta 13, Assembly Memorandum number AM 160-2020, recommendation of award to Good Faith Consulting LLC for professional lobbying services for the municipality of Anchorage and Port of Alaska, $60,000, Mayor's Office. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Ms. Quinn Davidson, I believe, and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Ms. Quinn Davidson, you pulled this item? Would you please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pulled this item, and I believe Mr. Dyson pulled 14, which I would have pulled as well, and then I pulled 15. And I just have some questions about them generally for the administration.
Yes, please.
Now you sit up there, huh? So I emailed some of these questions to Jason, but first of all, I actually know two of the three people listed here and know them to be great employees, so I have no question about them individually. But I'm just wondering, why do we need 3 lobbyists? What are each of them doing? How did you settle on the amounts? What are their responsibilities? It's just not clear to me what they're each up to and how they're achieving our goals.
Thank you.
Sure. I will start by saying that this is the first time that we have ever gone through an RFP process for our municipal lobbyists. They have always been sole source, but at the request of a number of assembly members, we decided that we would put them out to RFP this year. Part of the scoring criteria was experience, the way that they do their work, along with price. So a price came as a part of the proposal that came in. So once we received all of the proposals, an evaluation team was put together, and we scored all of the different proposals and selected the 3 that you have in front of us. I will say that we have negotiated the price down on every single one of them, and the total amount for the 3 lobbyists this year is actually less than what we spent in previous years for 2 lobbyists. Why we need 3, I think, as the entire body is well aware, there are a lot of things that are happening that are having major impacts on the municipality at the state level. The biggest being trying to find funding for the Port of Alaska, community assistance and revenue sharing, among other things. And as I believe the mayor mentioned earlier, we also have a supplemental request into the legislature to try to find additional funding to help us with the coronavirus. All that being said, no one lobbyist has relationships with every single legislator or folks within the executive branch. We believe, as we went through this process, the 3 folks that we selected provide us the best coverage and the best way for us to reach into every single office in the legislature, as well as folks within the administration, as we try to move forward and achieve some of the priorities that we have within the legislative program, but also the ones that pop up from time to time that we're not aware of. I think there was one more question, but I may have forgotten it.
Should I follow up, Mr. Chair?
You can. We have another question from Mr. Rivera, but why don't you follow up first?
Okay. So how do they coordinate? And I know that with lobbyists, you probably don't have certain deliverables because they can't, for instance, guarantee what the state legislature might do. But how do you evaluate that price against what they're offering without having clear deliverables? Again, it's just more a general question. It's not, specific to these individuals. And then I noticed that the contracts are through the end of the year, but we're sort of approaching the end of the session. So how are we getting value out of that?
Sure, I'll answer that last one first and say that We don't use the lobbyists just during legislative session. There's obviously a lot of work that still happens in the executive branch, and obviously over the last number of years, there's been quite a few additional sessions from the legislature throughout the year, and as late as October and November, as we saw last year. So there are a number of issues that we're going to be working through with a number of the departments that aren't necessarily legislative focused, but within any number of the departments. So we want to make sure that we have the ability to, reach out and work through those issues with our lobbyists. So that is one of the reasons why it's not just necessarily by the end of the legislative session. We'll use them throughout the year. How we manage them, that is something that the administration, the mayor, myself, Bill Falsey will stay on top of them. We will kind of figure out what area or what folks they have the best relationships with. I think we will make sure that there is no duplication of effort in any of those priorities. But again, with the port, one of them might have a better relationship with someone else, and we want to make sure that those are the people that are going into those offices that can get our message across and make sure that regardless of where the legislature or individual legislator actually falls, that they won't be able to say that they didn't hear from Anchorage.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the administration for putting this out for bid. I also want to affirm what Mr. Bockenstad said about these three in particular having broad base of relationships. I actually talked to several members of the legislature earlier today in both the House and the Senate on both sides of the aisle about this because I wanted to make sure that there really was good relationships, and it turns out that yes, these three actually do have good relationships in a broad section of the legislature. Quick question for the administration. I had always assumed, and maybe it was just wrong on my part, that the lobbyists worked at the direction of the administration. So it was interesting to see that these are to assist the administration and assembly on the city's legislative program. In practice, what does that look like?
I think through practice, the way that it would work is they would come through us, but obviously the legislative program is a joint administration assembly document. So anytime that the assembly wants to travel to Juneau, obviously we would make sure that we're coordinating with the lobbyists to make sure that they can set up meetings for you guys, that they'll help you guys navigate Juneau and navigate different offices. We will certainly, as we have in previous years, as they begin doing their reports, we will share those with you so that you kind of have what those updates are and where things stand. A lot of times it's a broader update than any issue that we have, but we always find them relatively helpful in just getting a sense of everything that's happening in Juneau. So, I think we would make sure that you guys have access to them and can use them through us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Any other questions on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. I'm sorry, did you, I apologize.
I just had to mute. Just really quickly, I would say thank you to the previous lobbyists who sent us a letter for service for the last 16 years. And I'm grateful that we have new blood coming forward.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay, Mr. Constant, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, if my members could please proceed to vote. The item passes 9-1. We are now on item 9D14, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 161-2020, recommendation of award to J&H Consulting LLC for professional lobbying services for the municipality of Anchorage and Port of Alaska, $55,000, Mayor's Office. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Dyson, I believe you pulled this item?
Yeah. Why change from what we had? I thought they were doing us a great job.
I would answer that by I don't know if we necessarily would have had we not gone out to the RFP, but as we went out to the RFP, we graded and scored the proposals that came in, and this is how the scores ended up.
Yeah. Well, I don't have access to the information that you had. I got to tell you, the outfit that we've had in the past is amongst the most highly regarded and ethical lobbyists in Juneau, and thoroughly understands the issues. One of the principals that is in this new outfit happens to be a bit of a friend and has virtually no municipal experience, none in our city, and although an extraordinary person with a compelling life, I don't have access to the information. This seems to me to be a very bad choice, and abandoning what we had and the expertise there, from my perspective, appears to be a bad choice. To answer Mr. Rivera's question, our process of the Assembly working with the mayor's office on the lobbying thing does not work well at all, in my estimation. And I, several times in my 3 years here, have said we need to be working together in the fall with the committee chairman and not getting in a long parade of people wandering around the Capitol building trying to find somebody to talk to, particularly after February, when all we're liable to do is talk to staff, will pat us on the head and say nice things, and it has been less than an optimal relationship. But in defense of the mayor, when I've raised this point, he has said, well, feel free to go and talk to the lobbyist, and I didn't do a good job of following it up. But I think a significantly better job can be done, and the Assembly people here, many of you have close relationships with legislative members and some committee chairs, and we could have had a team effort that would have been quite a bit better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Seeing no further discussion, please vote on this item. Mr. Constant? I'm sorry, Mr. Constant, could you say again?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
And actually, just a quick point of order, Mr. Chair. So do we have to clarify that this is the A version and not the original version?
Okay.
The A versions are laid on the table.
Okay. So for the mover, was it your intention to move the A version?
Yes.
The second?
Yes.
Okay. So we are voting on the A version.
Please, excuse me, will somebody enlighten me what the difference is?
Mr. Bockenstack, could you describe the differences, if any?
Sure. The only key difference in there is I more appropriately said that it was on this one, it's not just Reggie Jewell. It is a team of Reggie Jewell and Christine Hess. And in the original version, I just mentioned Reggie Jewell, so that was an oversight on my part.
Thank you, Mr. Bockenstack. Would anyone like to change their vote as currently recorded? Okay. That passes 8-2. We are now on item 9 Delta 15, Assembly Memorandum number AM 162-2020. Recommendation of award to Jordan Marshall Alaska LLC for professional lobbying services from the municipality of Anchorage, $50,000, Mayor's Office. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
And there is no A version of this, I don't believe. Okay. All right, discussion. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. I noticed on this version, or on this particular item, it did not include the port in the header as well. Is it intended to also include the port?
It is.
Do we need to amend it to indicate that?
I don't think it's necessary unless everyone just wants to make it abundantly clear that the Port of Alaska is also something, but I think it is covered by saying lobbying services for the municipality of Anchorage.
Someone makes a motion. All right, any further discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Constant.
I would just note that of the three that we are looking at today, this is one I'm most excited about. Mr. Marshall has worked long and hard in work with Rasmussen and many of the partners that we're working with on the homeless issue. And so not only does he have experience in business, he'll be able to help with the port, but he'll also be able to help with that. And I'm really honored to be able to work with him.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item. Mr. Constant?
Yes.
All right, that item passes 10-0. That concludes our consent agenda items. Let's see here. Oh, I'm sorry, no, it doesn't. Now we're on 9 Echo 1, Information Memorandum Number AIM 30-2020, Internal Audit Report 2020-02, Cash Control Procedures, Customer Service Division, Public Transportation Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
It's a move to accept. AIM is accept. Motion to accept, moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. Mr. Dyson, you pulled this item?
Yeah, thank you. I pulled it partially because of my chairmanship of the audit committee, and then secondly, it's disturbing the details of it, and our excellent auditor assures me that the administration has been responsive in it, and that the people in that department are capable of doing this and doing it better in the future. I guess my general question is, why did this slide so long and these problems not come to somebody's attention sooner?
Through the chair, Alex Slifka, CFO. So in the course of the audit, it was highlighted that there are some structural issues within transit in the SAFE. There are two issues that are addressed here. One, the SAFE and the complexity of the SAFE and the turnover of the staff that led to the issue regarding combinations. I think the transit director has responded to that, and I have given them an exception so that they can work through it. The second item really related to the standalone terminals, this ticket vending machine, where it didn't make any sense at all to do a daily deposit, and so that was why that was modified. But I think these are both within the realm of recognizing what the internal audit did, and that the transit department has responded to them with improved operations.
Yeah, and I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but the money, $13,000 or something, didn't get deposited. My real concern is, and there's no evidence that anybody had their hand in the piggy bank or was manipulating this for any bad purpose, or that the public lost anything as a result of it. But part of our responsibility is to build people's confidence in the public process. And these things are, in the grand scope of things, are really trivial, but I just think for public relations and people having confidence in the institutions, it's good to do better. And I appreciate the auditor's confidence that this problem is well in hand and won't be occurring in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question might be for the Municipal Attorney's Office. Part of the report mentioned that because of what was found in in one of these items, there was a need to update the policy and procedures, and that had to go to the municipal clerk, or sorry, the municipal attorney's office, and that was about 2 years ago, and that it was just recently finally sent to the mayor's office for approval. So my question is, first, why does it take that long for the attorney's office to update a policy? And second, are there others that are waiting that kind of update as well, that are just, waiting? Thank you.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy, I'll take this one. The policies and procedures, all of the policies and procedures, the reason this one took a little bit long is it was in the law department, but it was in my office for probably 6 or 7 months, and it was just my ability to get to it before I could get it to the mayor's office. So I have a couple more that the mayor has also recently signed, but I've been working to move those through because we have made some changes to our P&P as a result of the SAP process and some other things that we've been doing. So the holdup was not in legal, it was in my office, so my apologies for that. But yes, we are moving them through. Thank you.
Thank you. May I follow up on that?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Wilbur, my question would be then, is that a staffing issue? Is that something that just takes that much time? Or is there a need for more personnel? Or anyway.
I would say when these were coming through my office last year, it was just a matter of priorities of getting budget issues and policies and procedures done. It's also, in some of these things, it takes a lot of coordination with other policies and procedures. When we're making these changes, we need to make sure that we're not influencing other ones unnecessarily, and so that takes a little extra time, but that was the primary holdup.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah. As I remember our protocols, we don't have to vote on any of these. I think I can just withdraw my objection to the acceptance of this report.
Is that right? The clerk informs me we do have to vote to accept it.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, please vote on this item. Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The item passes 10-0. We are now on item 9 Echo 2, Information Memorandum Number AIM 31-2020, Municipal Tow Operator Business Compliance Quarterly Report, December 1st, 2019 through February 29th, 2020. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Or move to accept.
Moved by Mr. Dyson, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Dyson, you pulled this item?
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't find the report in my packet.
I think it was in the addendum. It was in the addendum, so it should be in your blue folder, I believe.
It is. Thank you.
Would you like us to delay action on this so you have a chance to read it?
Yes. Thank you.
So if I could get a motion to change the order of the day to take this up, let's say, after item 11 alpha.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to change the order of the day to take this up after 11 alpha? All right, seeing none, that motion is approved. And that concludes our consent agenda items. We are now on to old business, item 11 alpha, resolution number AR 2020-56, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the State of Alaska application for the renewal of package store liquor license number 3219 for Lee Family Corporation, doing business as Mom and Pop's Grocery and Liquor.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, what's the motion currently on the floor? Are we still in public hearing? No. We closed public hearing. Mr. Rivera, do you have a motion to make?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to move to change the order of the day to take this up before item 14A.
Okay, so we have a motion to take this up after the 13s before item 14A. Do you have a second?
Second.
we have any discussion on that motion?
I can speak to it briefly.
Yes, please.
So I am waiting for a prior president of the Midtown Community Council who wanted to, I had some questions for on this item, and she should be here at approximately 6:45.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. All right. Any opposition, any further discussion or opposition to the motion to change the order of the day?
I guess,
Mr. Weddleton?
I just want to confirm, is the applicant here and is aware?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll still be taking that item up just a little later. I see him in the back there. Thank you. Okay. All right. Seeing no opposition, that motion is approved. So at this time, we're going to take our regularly scheduled dinner break. We'll return in 20 minutes.
Well, it's still.
Please take their seats. Mr. Constant, are you with us now?
I'm here.
Wonderful. Okay, we now have before us item 13 alpha, resolution number AR 2020-13, a resolution regarding a variance from AMC 21.05.040 K.7.B.I, minimum separation distance from protected land uses to allow a 283-foot telecommunications tower to be located approximately 178 feet from a principal structure located within residentially zoned land and to be located approximately 388 feet short of the required separation distance.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify on this item?
Still on the margins.
Anyone at all? You could have 3 minutes to testify on this item. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
We had a nice presentation on this at the Community Economic Development Committee meeting. It's probably been about a month ago, and it's a unique situation that calls for a variance like this, and I think it's very appropriate. And I believe we voted to support it. Recommended support.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Would anyone else like to discuss this item? Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And when we rewrote the cell tower ordinance here about 4 or 5 years ago, members of the community were adamant about wanting the 200% separation distance. But looking at the closest buildings and housing near this, I believe that there's very little chance that there'll be any chance of injury should this ever fall, which is an extremely low possibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none, please vote on this item. Mr. Constant?
Did you call me?
Oh, yeah. How do you vote on this item?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 13B, ordinance number AO 2020-10S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Section 21.06.030 to exempt up to 200 square feet of area from lot coverage calculations to encourage the construction of front porches on multiple housing types. From the Planning Department. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
I just, I guess to recap for all of us, we had looked at this a month ago and had a public hearing on it. I believe it was also quiet, and I think this is a good idea. We expanded this good idea to more than just single-family dwellings, and we postponed or continued the public hearing a month so that community councils and others could weigh in on it if they cared. And appears no one was concerned about it, and I recommend support.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Would anyone else like to discuss this item? All right, seeing no one, please vote on this item. Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Thank you. That item passes 10-0. We are now at item 13C, ordinance number AO 2020-17, an ordinance providing for time-limited closure of municipal property for the cleaning of waste and other hazards, from Assembly Members Zalatel and Constant and Mayor Berkowitz. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Matsu Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, a decision made by the governing body is more likely the public interest. Note, I thought the delay on this was that you were going to be introducing amendments on this thing, and I'm aware of no amendments so the public could even look at them. And if you plan to close this thing, I also thought you were going to maybe have another work session or anything like that, and I don't recall anything, but you did delay it. And then I'll just remind you of my comments from before in that meeting that you had on this prior to the first public hearing, in that nowhere in this document you have said the word homeless, but several times in that meeting that was the word used many a time. And then when you were going to schedule a meeting in dealing with the Homeless Assembly Committee, you decided not to do that because then it would feel like you were targeting the homeless. So in all fairness, this is about the homeless issue. And with all fairness, I would basically discourage you to not pass this at this time and have more news about what this is all about out there, because the situation in our country is getting a lot more complicated with the virus, and that's not helping things. And you doing a cleanup, so-called, without saying that word, and you've been told that if you feel like you're targeting it, you could see a litigation. So, but you don't say that word, but it's clear that this is what it's about. So I would strongly encourage you not to pass this at this time. And also with the words that you said at the last meeting, you had said that you were in time to do amendments and stuff like that. I don't see anything. I asked the clerk just before coming up here, and there's no amendments they're aware of this. And if you slide something through, is that really fair for the public? Thank you very much. With 54 seconds to spare.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Okay. For the movers, do we intend to delay this again? Oh, we don't. I thought there was a motion to continue this. Okay. All right. Any discussion on this item? Oh, I'm sorry. We'll close the public hearing then. Public hearing is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So after going back, reviewing this again, we actually think it's sufficient as it is. We delayed partly to allow us to get up to speed and get a read from our new municipal attorney, Ms. Vogel. And we think this is pretty straightforward. The AM really explains the purpose, and it's really to just highlight, we really just need to make explicit our right to do this, which we already have in municipal code, and that it needs to be embedded in the civil portion of the code.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Constant.
I would add just to exactly what Ms. Zalatel ended with there, that it needs to be moved to the civil code. Currently, all abatement proceedings are managed through the criminal code, and this is one more way we can move ourselves closer to alignment with current jurisprudence, that we shouldn't be treating people with status as criminals, but instead we should be asserting our rights under other parts of the code. So that's what we're doing here.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question. Has it ever come up before where this has been challenged, namely the Muni's right to close any parcel of Muni land? And I'm not sure to whom that's directed. I guess whoever wants to answer.
Is there someone from the administration who can maybe get in the queue here? I'm sorry, could you?
This is Assistant Municipal Attorney Sherwood, through the chair.
Go ahead.
Just because I probably have the longest corporate memory. I'm not aware of that being challenged. There was a, and it's only somewhat similar. There was a challenge to both our panhandling ordinance and to our sleeping on the sidewalk ordinance about 8 years ago. And it went as far as the Superior Court. The ACLU was on the other side with some people they were representing, and the panhandling ordinance was essentially struck down. The sidewalk ordinance was upheld by the court, and neither party appealed. But this particular thing, our right to go and do something with our land, I'm not aware of it being challenged.
Quick follow-up.
Yes, Mr. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So then there's no reason to believe or expect any kind of challenges just from making this authority more clear or upfront?
No, it really does, and basically I think that's what the AM and the discussion has been. It just puts into writing what is already established, that the municipality does have a right to do certain things with its own property.
Thank you, Mr. Sherwood. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Is there any other discussion on this item? Any comments from the administration? You guys are a co-sponsor of this. Okay. All right. All right. No, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Constant.
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14D, resolution number AR 2020-55, a resolution regarding the Midtown Congestion Relief Project by the Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities. Assembly members Rivera and Constant. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to remove myself from the dais for the pre-declared conflict.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Hello, sir. Please identify yourself for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Jim Amundsen. I'm the Chief of Highway Design for the Alaska Department of Transportation. I'm here in support of your resolution. The department is welcoming of the resolution and the concerns being shared. We expect to move forward and address all of the concerns that are being brought forward as we continue to move forward with the development of this project. In several cases, we don't have the answers yet simply because we're not far enough along in the design. But we appreciate the Assembly taking the time and effort to put the resolution together to make sure we're aware of what we need to address as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Mrs. Alatel. Oh, I'm sorry. That was from the old. She's no longer here. Mr. Weddleton.
Mr. Adamson, thank you so much for coming. The resolution says that you should, you and your colleagues, look at and do what the community councils say, and we have a little bit of a conflict. We say, I think appropriately, try to preserve the mature trees off of Ingress Street, whereas one of the resolutions says, don't touch them. So you can figure out
the real answer would be we'll preserve all the mature trees that we can with this project, just like we do with every project.
Okay.
Having said that, there might well be a couple of them that have to come down to make the project buildable. So,
okay.
Again, we won't have that answer until well into the design.
I'm hoping we don't contradict ourselves by drawing in the community council things, but you have to deal with the real world. So,
yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any other questions? No further questions, sir. Thank you for your time. Would anyone else like to testify?
Hello, my name is Zachary Zalatel. I live in Midtown on Ingress Street and am potentially directly affected by this project. I would just like to thank members Rivera and Constant for the work they've done in engaging with community councils to help draft the resolution. The resolution is a statement of not support for the project, but at this point, non-objection. We, myself and others who live on the street have many questions that the DOT and Dowell are unable to answer, and we are not strongly in favor of the project by and far. We believe that the Fairview Pell should come first before we progress further into this project. I personally have little faith that the project will be completed to the Phase D that is mentioned, the undergrounding portion of the road through town, and fear that we will just simply be left with roads closer to our houses without the overall traffic reduction. I believe we're running after traffic counts that aren't there, and that this is not necessarily the right project at the right time. That said, additional environmental and study evaluation is needed to answer some of the questions that we have outstanding. So I appreciate your guys' efforts there, and I thank you for taking my words.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item?
Hi, I'm January O'Connor, and I'm also a resident of the Ingress Street, and I would like to echo everything that Zach said. I've been to all of the different meetings. The effects that would happen to our neighborhood with the expansion, particularly outside of Rogers Park, would be extensive, and I feel like they're built on false premises about we want to make sure that we can drive through Anchorage without having to stop at any stoplights, which to me doesn't really match up with the idea that we want to make sure that Anchorage is actually you're actually able to walk and bike and do things in the neighborhood. We're talking about building a highway that goes right past and through all of the neighborhoods. I have not been convinced by anything that Dowell has said or any of the reports, nor do I think they're going to dig it underground. So I think there's just a lot of not support from our end. I do appreciate all of the work that Christopher Constant and Rivera did to put all of these concerns in the meeting minutes and presented to the assembly. So they're pretty accurate, and it'll be interesting to see what comes out of the environmental piece. But I'm definitely not in support of it as a person who will be directly affected by it. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? All right.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Matthew Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely to public interest. This was a continued public hearing, but tonight you did a late on the table item, and with a 2020-55S with some attachments and communications from community councils, Rogers Park Community Council, and so forth. In all fairness, for the public doesn't understand what a late on the table means it wasn't incorporated into the agenda until tonight. The paperwork was not available for anyone to see until tonight. So I strongly encourage you to do a continuation of the public hearing so the public has a fair chance to deal with this 2020-55S that was a late on the table item tonight. And that leaves 2 minutes and 10 seconds to spare. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Hello, Ms. Ramsey.
Sir?
Will you be testifying tonight on your personal behalf or on behalf of the community council?
I will get to that in a second, but for your timer, it's 3 minutes.
Okay.
Good evening, Assembly members, Chairman Dunbar. My name is Carolyn Ramsey. I am here tonight as the chair of Citizens for Responsible Development. For those of you who are unfamiliar with our organization, we fought against the UMed Northern Access Road and supported the Spenard Revitalization Project. My hat is off to Steve Noble and his team from Dowell tonight. They were hired by DOT to make MCR a reality. They've worked hard, considered public input, and put forth what they could within the confines of their contract. If this project is to move forward, however, the NEPA process for projects C through E must be held back until the PEL for Fairview is completed to ensure that that project alignment meets with community goals and connected neighborhoods and conforms with adopted community plans. These projects are too intertwined with too many unforeseen externalities to not do this. The resolution in front of you, AR 2020-55 S3.D. The second line needs to read, analysis must include data from the most recent Alaska Department of Labor population projections. Right now it says should. That needs to be a must. This will not be a problem, especially considering projects C and E need to happen after the Fairview PEL. When talking with folks from many different areas around the Anchorage Bowl, the same questions keep coming up. Do we really need to take federal monies away from the much-needed projects throughout the Anchorage Bowl just to build this? Why can't we just spend less money and make safety improvements for pedestrians and bicyclists? When looking at the bike and pedestrian section of the MCR, it's very evident that Midtown is and has the potential to really increase its bike and pedestrian movement. When it comes to formalizing the NEPA process for this project, a TDM must be considered as part of any option. And I lost part of my information, and I apologize for that. So anyway, with the TDM, this is the application of strategies and policies to reduce travel demand or to redistribute this demand in space and time. So part of the thing is, we're looking at this going, we have to have a road. We have to do this. When the fact of the matter is that the Department of Public Transportation on the federal level has committed $7.2 billion of money toward only bike and ped movements throughout the United States. There's no reason we cannot do something similar up here and avoid what we've seen happen in the lower 48 with many places where they keep building roads and causing more congestion and more congestion. That's not what we need. What we need is to find a way to tamp down congestion in and of itself. Part of the problem is as soon as you build something that's faster, more people want to go, thus more congestion. When they built the bridges in New York City, there's 5 of them now. They built one, it was fine, then they had congestion, like, oh, we have congestion, we need to build another one. They built another one. My college economics class talked about this many years ago, saying this is not how you do and this is not how you reduce congestion. I want to make sure we don't see the exact same thing happen here.
We have a question for you, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Carolyn, for coming here today. So I just want to clarify, so is it your assertion that a TDM should have been done before the PEL or must have been done before the PEL?
My assertion is a TDM needs to be done in conjunction with this project moving forward. The no-build option got taken off the table. In that process, we should have said, hey, what about a TDM? And I was in all the meetings. I was there. I never brought it up. My bad, and I'm sorry. But looking back at it, we're not far enough down the road that we can't do one by any means. And we're actually right in the position that would be a great place to do one, to see if it's actually something we need to do. $500 million for a project is a lot of Fed money, and it's taking a lot of money away from other projects that we really do need to do around town, where $750,000 to $750,000 to maximum of $1 million, but I'd say probably around $750,000 could probably get a pretty good TDMS for this area. That's a lot cheaper and a lot better, and frees up some more space, especially if we could actually do something really cool with bike and ped and other multimodal transportation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. I don't see any other questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your
Appreciate it.
testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Is that the S version?
Correct, yes. Move to approve the S version. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, S version has been moved and seconded. Discussion, Mr. Weddleton.
I guess I've actually 2 questions. So this was laid on the table. We got an email, I don't know, today or yesterday to flip through it, but I wonder if one of the sponsors could go through, highlight the differences, and then I have just a technical question. Can we do that?
Sure. Mr. Rivera, could you do that?
Sure, thank you. Before I address that, I just will briefly speak to the public process for this. So Mr. Constant and I have worked very closely with the 4 community councils that did provide comments to this. So this is the Tudor Area Community Council, Fairview Community Council, Rogers Park Community Council, and Airport Heights Community Council. And through each phase of this project, including any potential changes to the resolution and the S version that was eventually settled on, we did communicate effectively with the Community Council. And in particular, the Rogers Park Community Council just so happened that they met last night, and so I was able to give them a copy of this. But in regards to the changes, what we did was, because one of the community councils had asked that we incorporated all of their provisions in their resolution, rather than make this a 20-page resolution that had all of 4 of these resolutions, we just stated by reference that all of them will be attached and incorporated. Then we decided to focus in on a few key areas in the resolutions, including compensation of home value losses for homes on the east side of Ingra Street, the 12-foot sound barrier, the mature trees on the west side of Ingra, and the issue dealing with the traffic model. We also added a provision in here, which Mr. Constant, he previewed at our last work session regarding the NEPA process, and the fact that we should not have segmentation between the Glen Seward PEL, Fairview PEL, and the MCR PEL. And so those were the main changes made.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Are there any other questions or comments on this resolution? Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for those who aren't aware what a TDS is, that's a traffic demand study. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. My world is Trial Defense Services, but a lot of acronym soup. Mr. Constance, you want in the...
Just put me in the queue when whoever's in the queue is done.
Okay, you'll be after Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
All right, thanks. Got two questions for the sponsors, and one is Midtown Community Council must have been impacted too, and I don't know if I didn't see them comments for them. But then I'm a little worried, so I glanced through the Community Council comments, and I wasn't able to compare them with each other or with what's on here, and I want to make sure if we say we incorporate something by reference and urge AKDOT to work closely with the Assembly and these community councils to implement these solutions, should there be contradictions, which I know there is one regarding the mature trees and perhaps others, are we saying, does this give wiggle room where they do what makes sense? Was it prioritize the wording here, save them the best you can, or I just don't want to, you tell DOT go both ways.
Would one of the sponsors like to, Mr. Rivera, would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, in regards to Midtown Community Council, I did speak on this to all 8 of my community councils, and Midtown Community Council decided that they had no comment, as did the other 5 community councils that did not provide comment. Then, in regards to possible discrepancies, I think that's why you see provision 3 in here, where we decided to highlight and put forward some specifics on a few of the points that DOT and DOW raised to us at the last work session, so that it was very clear in the record where the Assembly stood on these. I would say, in my opinion, from reviewing these, that no contradictions stepped out to me, but if those exist, then this provision 2, where they should hold regular meetings and talk to us, I hope would come into play. But if you have suggested language, I would be more than happy to listen to that.
I couldn't come up with anything eloquent, but I think this, it looks like there's enough room here so sensible decisions could be made. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. So I really want to thank the community councils, Mr. Constant and Mr. Gates and Steve Noble and the Ingram Street residents for engaging in this process. Mr. Constant and I worked very closely with the councils on this, and both of us have engaged in numerous discussions with DOW and DOT, and the dialogue has been productive, as you saw today with DOT coming up here and speaking in favor of this resolution, and I hope that continues to be productive. I have one question for someone from DOT, if they could come up here, please.
Please identify yourself for the record.
Jim Amundson at your service, sir.
Thank you. So in regards to Ms. Ramsey's comments on a TDMS, could you give your thoughts on that, and will a TDMS be incorporated in conjunction with the process moving forward with the NEPA process?
Due to the size of this project, a TDMS is going to be required as part of the environmental process. So it'll already be being done.
Okay.
And just hasn't started yet. We do it as part of the NEPA.
Okay. And what is the scope of the TDMS that's going to be in the NEPA process?
The TDMS would be driven based on the scope in each of the NEPA documents that would be prepared. In this case, we're looking at potentially 4 to 5 projects coming out of this particular PEL. So you're looking at potentially 4 to 5 separate documents. Each one would then be looking at the TDMS for those specific sub-projects, each one with independent utility and need.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you, sir. Mr. Constant?
Yep. Thank you. Hearing all of these thoughts about what this document is, I just want us all to be really clear that this is a strongly worded letter, a statement of our intent, communication to DOT. At our best, we can be partners with them. At our worst, we can be opponents with them. And the goal, if we want to find a harmonious solution, is definitely to work with them. We don't have, in my opinion, the right to say you shall anything in this, because we're not in that position in this relationship. And I think that the one thing we get out of this, I hope, is a clear statement to the state and hopefully to the feds that our intent is to see harmony brought to this section through the downtown, including Midtown. And that's my hope for what we get out of this process, is a process that's moving forward instead of one that continues to be stalled. Whatever those final decisions may be, I will work hard to support the neighbors on the south side of Chester Creek, just like I have continued and will continue to work and even be supported by the people of the Fairview community who have worked hard in this conversation as well. So I'd offer my thanks to them and also to Mr. Amundson for a spirited conversation that I think is where progress happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Mr. Rivera. Thank you, Felix.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I had a question. On page 2, line 41, it talks about a 12-foot tall sound barrier fence. And I thought we were trying to figure out a way to increase pedestrian traffic and bike traffic and make it more of an inclusive community for Midtown. And one of the problems with a major highway like the Seward Highway going through there is that it has a tendency to separate one part of town from another. And I think you sort of continue to do that by putting a 12-foot tall fence up. So I'm just wanted to make that point and wondered if any of the sponsors of this had thought about that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera is in the queue as well, Mr. Constant. Do you want to speak or let him? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
What's that?
Please go ahead.
So Felix and I went back and forth on the 12-foot wall. The language was, in some ways, very interesting because it stated the project must have a 12-foot retaining wall, even if the design, the engineering study doesn't warrant it, right? The neighbors really want that. And raised the kind of absurd question of what if the study said you should have a 15-foot high retaining wall, but the community council's position that we might have adopted would have said only 12. And so I hope what we've done is add a little bit of flexibility to the language that does still refer to the engineering study, and with the intent that we do protect that row of homes. There's going to be one row of homes directly abutting a highway in whatever way best suits the needs and actually achieves the goals that the neighbors have. So that is kind of how that language came to be.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have anything to add to what Mr. Constant said on the sound barrier. I would like, though, to bring Ms. Carolyn Ramsey back up. Just had a question on, follow-up question on TDMS. And, specifically, I've worked with Ms. Ramsey on TDMSs before. Did you have any follow-up based on what DOT just said?
My only concern that I'd like to express to the body is that doing a TDMS one section at a time on the MCR is going to be a problem. It needs to look at the entire MCR as a whole, because the point of the TDMS is to figure out how traffic, people, multimodal transportation, everything is moving within a district. To only do it on the 36th Avenue section, but to avoid and to not take into Benson. To do it just piecemeal, we're not going to actually get a true TDMS that will help us understand how the area is being utilized by the people and the citizens of Anchorage, let alone the traffic and how it's using the area. So I'd like to express a caution to the body on that the whole area is looked at as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. Do you have any further questions, Mr. Rivera?
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none, please vote on this item. Mr. Constant.
Yes.
That item passes 9-0.
Chair, move to change the order of the day to take up 14A.
Can we get a second for that?
Second.
Moved and seconded. I believe this is because the family of Mr. Smith is here, and we'd like to have this discussion and allow them to go home. Is there any opposition to that motion to change the order of the day? All right, seeing none, that motion passes. So we are now on item 14A, resolution number AR 2020-32, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to name the Northwest Baseball Diamond at the Marston Fields in Lynn Airy Park in honor of Marty Charles Smith, submitted by the Mayor's Office. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Please, identify yourself for the record. You have 3 minutes.
You want to come up? You guys can all come up. Assembly members and Mr. Chair, thank you for the time tonight. I would also like to thank the TCC, Turnagain Community Council, and the Citizens Naming Panel commitment to this project. My name is Patricia Kosler. I'm a member of the Marty Smith Naming Panel. I wanted to start by introducing who's here with us tonight. We have Marty's kind and loving family here. Marty's mother, Heather Smith, and his wife, Shannon, and his children, Ian and Sean. His daughter, Emily, would be here, but she is conducting choir practice at Service High School right now. Sharon Lane has been part of our process. You all know her as Sharon. I call her Lois. She is a great leader and keeps us on track. Marty Smith Citizen Naming Panel members consist of a group of 4 full-time Anchorage residents of a combined 152 years in Alaska, with most of those years in Turnagain. Myself, Rachel Christie, Pat Redmond, who's on TV, and David Holland. So as we go through this super brief slide presentation, please know we can share this PowerPoint. The next slide, is just the Citizens Naming Panel process and what we went through over the past 16 months. And we're happy to be here today. And what kept us going through this process, let me show you share what motivated me. I had many conversations with folks who had various interactions with Marty. Marty was a good man who was taken from this earth too soon. He did a lot while he was with us. We all could only hope that more people aspire to have the kindness, drive, and motivational spirit which Marty possessed during his life here in Anchorage, Alaska. We need good coaches for our children. So here are some good memories of Marty. Next slide. Oh, sorry. This is the naming panel process, and so we're here today. Go next slide. So he was a lifelong resident of West Anchorage, played baseball, the Spenard League, coached numerous teams who played at Lynn Airy. He umpired, all volunteer. Anchorage West Little League president. He was planner for field improvements at Lynn Airy Park. He's an avid volunteer at Aquarian Charter School and the Covenant House, and he represents the best of us who volunteer for our youth. Next slide. So he's also selected his family as a spokesperson for Providence, Alaska Medical Center, which is one of our largest employers. Next slide. So just some memorabilia of his sports time, youth sport time. Next slide. And here he is with his coach pitch team. Next slide. And honoring his kids, or rewarding his kids and minors. Next slide. And here you have a juniors team. And here you have the seniors, our young adults here. And then family time. He obviously loved baseball. His kids can tell you that. And Shannon does too. Next slide. So we had 25 letters of support that were shared with us. This one is represented from Julie Decker, who's a family friend. Next slide. And the Citizens Naming Panel is asking you to vote yes on the resolution that's provided. Next slide. And this is the location of the diamond It'd be the Marty Smith Diamond, and so it's in that where that yellow location is at Llaneri Park. Next slide. So we ask you to vote.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you for being on this naming panel and naming this field after Marty. I've coached several games in that park, and actually coached a game on that field last year, and it's appropriate that this be named for Marty. He did a lot of things for West Anchorage sports, especially baseball. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any other questions for this testifier? All right, don't see any. Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Okay. Oh, here comes someone. Hello, ma'am. Oh.
Members of the Assembly and Chair, my name is Kathy Gleason. I'm currently President of Turnagain Community Council, and I'd like to read the following resolution that was passed by our Community Council. Whereas the Turnagain Community Council is an all-volunteer, self-governing neighborhood organization recognized in the Municipality of Anchorage Charter, and whereas the purpose of community councils is to provide a direct and continuing means of citizen participation in government and local affairs, and whereas Llaneri Park, located within the Turnagain Community Council boundaries along the Tony Knowles Coastal Trail, is a highly valued historical park originally established as a private park in 1947, was formally dedicated as a public park in 1971, and is used by both neighbors and the greater Anchorage community. Whereas after extensive public outreach and collaboration by TCC and the Municipality of Anchorage Parks and Recreation Department, a Llaneri Park Master Plan was approved by the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission on January 14th, 2010. And whereas the Marston Fields and Llaneri Park were named after Muktuk Marson, who leased land in the Turnagain area after the 1964 earthquake for $1 per year to the city, and later donated land to the city for use as a public park, and who was instrumental in development of the recreation fields at the park. And whereas currently there are 4 baseball diamonds and 1 practice diamond at the Marston Fields in Llaneri Park, which are managed during the summer months by the Anchorage West Little League in conformance with a permit through the Parks and Recreation Department. And whereas Marty Smith, was raised in West Anchorage, developed a passion for baseball in his youth, and spent many hours volunteering at Llaneri Park Marston Fields in adulthood by coaching, umpiring, serving on the AWLL Board of Directors, and providing leadership as president of AWLL in 2017, until having to retire due to cancer, which took his life in 2018 at the age of 51. And whereas the Assembly formally approved a 4-person citizen naming panel for the purpose of naming a public space or facility in honor of Marty Smith on November 19, 2019, and whereas after due deliberation, as per Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 3.97, the citizen naming panel recommends that Marty Smith be honored for his outstanding leadership and contributions to AWLL and Llaneri Park by naming the Northwest Baseball Diamond at the Marston Fields in Llaneri Park the Marty Smith Diamond. And whereas the Anchorage Mayor's Office, in collaboration with the Citizen Naming Panel, has presented the above recommendation to TCC and is asking TCC for its support of this effort to honor Marty Smith's many significant contributions to AWLL and Llaneri Park, now therefore be it resolved that Turnagain Community Council supports the Citizen Naming Panel's recommendation to name the Northwest Baseball Diamond at the Marston Fields in Llaneri Park the Marty Smith Diamond. Be it further resolved that after the Citizen Naming Panel has completed its efforts, and the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission and the Assembly have approved the Citizen Namings Panel recommendation regarding the naming of the Northwest Baseball Diamond at the Marston Fields in Llaneri Park in memory of Marty Smith. Turnagain Community Council will collaborate with the Anchorage West Little League and the Municipal Parks and Recreation Department regarding design and installation of appropriate signage at Laneri Park consistent with the Laneri Park Master Plan to appropriately acknowledge the above recognition of Marty Smith. Until that process has occurred, TCC directs that no signage reflecting the honorary name be named at Laneri Park. And this resolution was passed on Thursday, December 5th, 2019 by a vote of 25-0. So I would also like to thank Sharon Lane for guiding us through this process, as well as members of the naming panel who collaborated with Turnagain Community Council on this effort, and also members of the Anchorage West Little League. And I absolutely encourage your support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a question from Mr. Dyson.
Yes.
Not really a question. I also encourage that we vote for this and that we show our appreciation for this man, this family, this kind of citizens, and this effort. So I'm going to stand and applaud. You all decide what you want to do.
Okay. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Okay. All right. Seeing no discussion on this item, please vote on this item. Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Mr. Constant votes yes. That item passes 10-0. Congratulations. Thank you so much for coming. We are now on item 11A, resolution number AR 2020-56, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the State of Alaska application for the renewal of package store liquor license number 3219 for Lee Family Corporation, doing business as Mom and Pop's Grocery and Liquor Store.
Waive reading.
Thank you. So, public testimony on this has been closed. Mr. Weddleton, do you have something to read at this time?
Yes, somewhere. Got inundated here. As the chair stated, the public hearing on resolution AR 2020-56 has been closed. The Assembly has before them action on the 2020 through 2021 renewal of Mom and Pop's liquor license number 3219. The process to review liquor license renewals is different than the Assembly's legislative role. For that reason, I'm going to provide a reminder to all regarding the Assembly's role and then of the process that will follow tonight. First, the Assembly may, in its administrative or quasi-judicial role, review and protest liquor license renewal applications with facts and findings. The Assembly must be impartial and make a decision based only on the record before it and testimony in this public hearing. Please remember there is an exception in the code that ex parte communications are not prohibited and do not apply in liquor license proceedings. For that reason, members are free to discuss this renewal application with the applicant and constituents. Even so, there will be an opportunity in the process for those disclosures. Next, as to the process that will follow tonight, first, I'll ask the licensing staff to update us on the current status of this liquor license and the application. Second, after the update, I will ask members to make any disclosures regarding contacts they have had with the applicant and constituents for the record, even though these communications are not prohibited in liquor license proceedings, and members are free to discuss this matter with the applicant and constituents outside of this hearing. We are just reminded to make our decision based on the record and testimony before us in this hearing. Then, the Assembly will discuss and debate the resolution before the Assembly. During discussion and debate, Assembly members may ask questions of the staff, the applicant, and other persons. And to my colleagues, are there any questions for me or Assembly Council regarding the role of the Assembly or the process we'll follow tonight?
Any questions? Mr. Rivera, do you have a question? Okay. Are there any, we actually already did disclosures last time. Are there any additional disclosures, any additional contacts that have been had in the interim? Perhaps we could do those now.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in between the last meeting and this one, I have been in contact with the Community Council and former members of the Community Council on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Would anyone else like to disclose a contact with any of the parties between the last disclosure and now? Not seeing any. Mr. Whittleton, could you please continue?
Ms. Honest, could you please introduce yourself and update us on the current status of the renewal application?
Thank you. Through the chair, my name is Mandy Honest. I'm the business license official with the municipal clerk's office. As just a kind of a reminder, I know that everybody had an update at the previous meeting. There's been a few additions, so we're just going to remind you of where we're at and any new additions to the application packet. Before you is AR 2020-56. AM 32-2020 was submitted tonight, which included information from the Anchorage Police Department regarding calls for service to 601 West 36th Avenue. That's Mom and Pop's address. And an NOV, which was issued on February 18th, 2020 by AMCO Enforcement, and that's a notice of violation. At the request of Assemblymember Rivera, the clerk's office compiled a packet of documents received regarding the renewal of packaged liquor store license number 3219 for Mom and Pop's. And this is the light blue packet that you have in front of you. All documents included in this packet have been reviewed by the Assembly and provided to the public previously. The purpose of this packet is for ease of reference to documents that have already been submitted. As the chair stated, public hearing on this item was closed at the February 25th regular Assembly meeting. The AR before you has listed the timeline of events regarding this renewal application. Documents received during the referenced meetings or work sessions listed in the AR have been compiled into the documents packet with that light blue cover. The AR has been drafted to allow the Assembly to check any applicable boxes under Section 2A that the Assembly finds after review and discussion. Any boxes that are checked must have supporting facts and findings as to the reasoning why this application or operator does not meet the standards and code. The Assembly is also able to propose amendments. Currently, the language in Section 2C, for example, states that the Assembly protest of the renewal of the license, states that the Assembly protests the renewal of the license. Should the Assembly decide to add conditions and waive protest of the renewal, this section would need to be amended. Otherwise, the Assembly can let it stand as is.
Is that all, Ms. Honest? Okay. So.
I get in the queue, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Constant?
Yeah, just a technical question. The AMCO ruling, Ms. Honest, did they come back with a final decision, or are we still awaiting their action?
At this point, we're still within our 60-day deadline to submit a protest, so they are waiting on the Assembly's review.
If I might restate that question, I didn't communicate well enough. The violations, I understood that because the conditions were put on the license, the NOVs that came across were for their license, so that AMCO had to review those, and that the applicant had some due process related to that, which took some time. Has all of that time expired?
The last information the clerk's office received was just the notice of violation. The applicants are given the opportunity to respond to the state regarding the notice of violation, and then that goes before the Alcohol Control Board. To my knowledge, that hasn't gone before them yet.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had some discussion with Mr. Rivera, and maybe he has more detail on this process. I'd like to hear when it's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So we could hear that now, and then I'm going to ask for proposed amendments. Mr. Rivera, do you have a comment on what Mr. Constant was just inquiring about?
I do, but it's incorporated in other things,
Okay.
So not at this time.
So, all right. So at this time, are there any proposed amendments?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Rivera.
I do have a proposed amendment, but before I bring that, I do have a series of questions I would like to ask individuals.
Okay. Of the applicant, And other folks?
And others.
Okay.
So if I may.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask for your patience, because it's a bit of a process here. So first I want to ask Ms. Peggy Robinson to come up. So how long have you been involved with this specific operator, and in what capacity?
I moved into Midtown in November 2012, and that the Lee family purchased Mom and Pop's store in 2014, and so because it's a neighborhood liquor store, that I started both purchasing alcohol there as well as walking up and down the street, because I live right off of Bering between Arctic Benson Park and their store. And so as time went on, and of seeing the amount of trash that was along the road, I went into the store and introduced myself to Eddie Lee, who's the manager.
Okay.
And just for a particular date, that was on March in 2016 was my notes that I'd made of that meeting.
Okay. Yeah, can you describe some of the conversations that you had with Mr. Lee? And, in particular, I'm curious to get your take on any meetings where Mr. Lee agreed to take steps to address community concerns.
Okay, at that meeting on March 23rd, 2016, we talked about my intentions was absolutely not to shut him down, but that I wanted him to, and the store, to be a better neighbor, and to specifically of not selling shooters or at such a cheap price, as well as fortified beer, and of helping to police the traffic and the pedestrian traffic and all of the liquor containers that were being tossed between his store and Arctic Benson Park. At that point, that he agreed to pick up trash at least once a week. This was before it was summer. We talked about it would be great, like during the summer when there were more people hanging out at the park, like 3 times a week, and of also putting away the 99-cent shooters and the single barrels of fortified alcohol.
Okay, but at this point it was just informal.
That was informal, right.
And during any of your meetings with Mr. Lee, did he ever bring up the issues of fairness or equity?
Yes, he did. Felt that he was being targeted. I told him that we were going to have the same conversations and of wanting the same restrictions on the owner of In-N-Out, which is across 36th, right along Arctic. But because their liquor license is on opposite years as Mom and Pop's just came up first. And that as a neighborhood that we were really tired of all of the public inebriation and the trash, and so that his was the first one, but that our intention was of talking with the owners of In-N-Out as well. And as soon as the request and the guidelines that was the MOU was put together between Mr. Potter and Mr. Lee, that I took a copy of that. I went to In-N-Out, gave it to the owner, Ken Kang, there, and told him this is what you can expect that we're going to want for you on your renewal the next year.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for Ms. Robinson, Mr. Chair. I don't know if any of the other members do.
Does anyone else have a question for Ms. Robinson? Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Robinson, for coming tonight. Did you ever go to Community Council and have Mr. Lee also present at Community Council?
We did. We invited him a number of times. I was president during some of this time. There was communication, bad email address, but we got that straightened out. Invited him another couple of times that didn't come. When we put together the Crime in Midtown forum that we had in June 2017 that I was going door to door to all the businesses in Midtown, handing them out flyers, talking about it, and that they were talking with me about the problems they had with public inebriation and the shoplifting. And I specifically remember talking with Eddie, giving him the flyer, encouraging him to come, and he did not come. Subsequent to that, there was a meeting August 13th, 2018, in which he did come to the community council meeting. And at that point, he brought statistics that he had been tracking since June as far as the number of sale refusals that he had done, people he turned away, and also talked about or showed the trash pickup reacher things and safety vests that he had bought in preparation or to use for helping to pick up trash.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, I think Mr. Constant has some questions for you, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you. Ms. Robinson, I think the most poignant point that the the licensee made in his testimony at our last meeting was that he agreed to these conditions, and then at some point he decided it wasn't fair because none of the other licensees in the area are required to have these restrictions, and he thinks it's not fair that he has to comply. So there's two issues there. One is the decision not to follow the rules that he agreed to. I don't think I need an answer to that question, but the real question I have, I guess, is what are your thoughts on the fair application of these rules across the neighborhood? Because he has made an argument that we definitely have to address in some way, that he is the only one with these restrictions. Thank you.
Went back and I looked at the MOU that he had signed, that it stated in it was our intention for the other 10 businesses with licenses in the Midtown area to also follow the same restrictions. At that point, that in 2018, in that spring, that it was referred to the Assembly's Community and Economic Development meeting, and for us to, for there to be that group discussion about how can we make this not just for one licensee at a time, but to cover all of the licenses within a geographic area. And so I was at, I think, 4 of those meetings during the spring and summer of 2018. There was a draft that was prepared, and as we talked about it, it kind of got waylaid due to for a couple of issues. One of it because it had specific dollar amounts in it for what the alcohol could be sold for, and there wasn't any way of being able to change those over time easily without having to redo the whole thing. The other was that there was a high-end liquor store who showed up at the last meeting and who objected to some of the things in it because it would have covered them. They weren't the problem, but that because the way it was written that it did include them, so that that meeting was left at, well, if we can figure out how to solve this, then let's get back together, and nothing happened since then. But truly the intent was that we needed to do this on a whole Midtown area basis because it's not just one store, but we have to start someplace, and the intent certainly was to have it cover all of the stores in the Midtown area.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Robinson. I don't see any other questions.
Okay,
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to bring up Mr. Tim Potter. I have a few questions for him. And as he's coming up, we have heard from Mr. Potter many times over the course of several months. So these questions that I have for him, Mr. Potter, if you could answer them briefly, please. So first is, how long have you been involved with this specific operator?
since 2017. And for the record, Tim Potter, I guess, chair of the subcommittee for marijuana and alcohol licensing for the Midtown Community Council. At the time that the Community Council was going through a little bit of a change and upheaval and reorganization, I got involved to assist with, I guess, the tenants from the business community. And at that time, it became very clear that there was an issue with this liquor license and operator, and got involved in following up with Ms. Robinson about what could be done, and continued to work towards a solution with this operator and others.
That's a good segue to my next question. So, yeah, you've already described many of those discussions and conversations that you've had with Mr. Lee to us on the record. Can you remind us if Mr. Lee was receptive to any very recent attempts that you had to get him to adhere to the conditions placed on his license and take responsibility for that?
In the beginning, probably 4 to 6 months, I believe that he was going to try. And I actually was in his store and witnessed a buyer come in, get upset with the price on the fortified beer and the price on the shooters, and watched him walk across the street to the In-N-Out liquor store and purchase 4 or 5 shooters and walk out. And he was upset because the price was $1.70. So at the beginning, Mr. Lee appeared to be managing in accordance with the MOU. That did change, and I started going to the store more often, making purchases, watching the operation, and then was fairly frustrated and incensed with the lack of participation. He did not attend a community council meeting for well over a year, which was very frustrating. And as you've seen, I've picked up a lot of alcohol-related items that I believe came from his establishment. And one of the items that we had required and requested and had on the permit, that he was supposed to be putting identifying markers on at least the shooters at the point of sale and the time of sale. He committed that he had permanent ink markers, and that those were all being done. We even went outside and looked on the ground at the west end of the mall, and he made conclusive arguments that, you see, none of these have marks on the bottom. And as it turns out, I'm not sure if there were ever any bottles marked, because none of them that I purchased or that any of the other members of the community council that went in and made purchases were marked with any kind of identifying mark.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. So in your conversations with Mr. Lee, did he commit to coming to any community council meetings?
Well, he did. And then I'm not exactly sure why he decided to not come. I know that he had a court hearing at one time, which I explained to the community council why he wasn't there that time. He stopped coming, and I'm not sure why.
When's the last time that he came to a community council meeting?
I don't have the exact date, but it was at least a year or more ago.
Okay. Can you describe how you work with other operators within the community council area?
Yes. With the concern that we had about being fair, our attempts initially were to do the entire city. There was pushback from a variety of portions of the city in belief that they had no problem. So we started working on a sub-district area that would be a combination of 5 to 7 community councils that really covered the concentration of packaged liquor stores in the Spenard Midtown area. In the meantime, while still working on that, Walmart and Brown Jugs licenses came up, and both entities were contacted, and we met with executives from both of those organizations and their attorneys, and got either letter commitments and or memorandums, and we also got a memorandum of understanding from Cars Safeway. So in the same time frame that this has been going on, we've worked with 3 other major package stores at the renewal or transfer of their licenses and gotten cooperation and commitments from those to operate. One of those does not sell shooters. The others have immediately upped their prices, and they are policing their properties.
So would you say that those conversations with the other operators, they've been very helpful, they've been very effective?
They understood that they were contributing to a problem within the community, and they stepped up and have modified their programs. Yes.
So in those conversations, did those operators voluntarily agree to conditions similar to what's on mom and pops right now?
From a pricing standpoint, 2 of the 3 did. Walmart, because they're a publicly traded company, avoided putting into writing or even verbalizing that they would be identifying specific prices because of FCC regulations. But they did commit to both examine what they sell and the prices that they may charge. So they were looking at maybe modifying even more so than they had already, because they used to sell shooters. They stopped selling them because of the problems associated with selling that product.
And do any of those other operators, do they attend the community council meeting?
They have, yes. And we have our next meeting on Thursday, and I expect attendance by representatives. They will come to at least quarterly meetings, so they may not all be there at the same time.
Great, thank you. That's all the questions that I have for Mr. Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Do you have any other people you'd like to have speak?
I do, yes. I'd like to see if Mr. Eddie Lee could come up, please.
Mr. Lee, do you wish to speak? Yeah. Okay, please come forward. Please identify yourself for the record.
Well, my name is Edward Lee, and yeah, I'm representing Mom and Pops.
Yeah. So, you just heard what Mr. Robinson and Mr. Potter just said. So, how would you describe your communication and collaboration with the community on these issues?
Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, I'll speak up. So you just heard what Mr. Robinson and Mr. Potter just said. So how would you describe your communication and collaboration with the community on these issues?
I feel like, with Peggy Robinson, I feel like we communicated kind of well, because she came to my store and we talked, but not so much with Potter. I feel like he's just hasn't communicating with me too much as well.
Mr. Lee, could you please move the mic a little closer to your mouth?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you remember getting any invitations to meetings from the community council?
A couple times.
And did you attend any of those?
I attended at least 4 or 5 times.
Okay.
Yeah.
When's the last time that you attended the community council?
Probably last August.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at our last meeting on February 28th, you admitted that you were aware of the conditions that were placed on the license. Did you protest at that time to the ABC board about putting those conditions on the license, or did you agree to them?
Well, yeah. I did agree to the MOA, but I felt like everyone was going to get it around me, because that was the whole situation of the point, and I just felt like I'm the one. I just felt like I got targeted, and no one, I've spoke to businesses too as well after I got that, and no one seemed to know what was going on about it, and I just felt like it was just me that had it.
Okay. But to be clear, you did agree. So do you think that you've acted in good faith to adhere to the conditions that were placed on your license that you agreed to?
Yeah.
And in your opinion, who was responsible for making sure that you adhere to the conditions? Your employees? Are you responsible? Who?
Well, last time I spoke to you guys when I first got that MOA on me, I had a lawyer with me. And then his best choice was, I mean, he was speaking to you guys directly more than me. And he said, you know, this MOA is going to be good. Like, everyone's going to get it too. And, you know, I'm not saying, I feel like, you know, I can take responsibilities too as my workers. But, no, placing just me is like, that's not fair. It's not where you know, all my prices are risen and everyone else is not. It's like, it's arbitrary, you know, arbitrary and appreciative, I feel like. And it's not right just to do that.
So then to be clear, you are responsible, that's what you're saying. You're responsible for making sure you adhere to the conditions on your license.
Yeah.
Okay. So what have you done to ensure that employees know about these conditions and adhere to them?
For the conditions? Well, I've trained them to do the pricings, and they do a good job of, you know, expecting people who come in and all. And I mean, I'm not really trying to get what you're trying to say. Just, can you explain it a little more about it?
I mean, I think the question's clear, but I'll repeat it. So what have you done to ensure that your employees know about the conditions and adhere to them? And I think I heard you say that you train them and you try to do your best to make sure
and I show them
that
the MOA and everything. So
Okay.
they have a good...
So at a meeting with the Assembly Public Safety Committee on September 4th of 2019, you stated on the record that your employees sometimes don't follow the conditions on your license. It depends on the customer.
Okay.
So who are these customers?
No, the main one was the shooters, you know, and that's the main thing that we were talking about for, like, the trash and stuff. And then, you know, on my last meeting too, I talked about the pricings and how my pricings were like higher than everyone else's, which wasn't fair. And even I talked to my workers about it too.
Yeah, but the question that I'm asking right now, though, is who are the customers that your employees admittedly decide not to follow conditions? Who are they?
The customers that are coherent, coming in, who's not,
And
you know, obviously under the influence.
So why shouldn't they have to follow the same rules as everyone else?
Because they're not intoxicated or, well, that's the main reason.
Okay. And I think you already answered my next questions on specifically what deals some of your customers get. So I understand that code enforcement came to visit you on February 18th. Were you at the store and did you talk to any of the code enforcement officers that came to visit?
I met a couple, yeah.
Okay. And so just to be super clear on the record, there is a presumption of innocence on this notice of violation that I'm talking about until ABC makes a final ruling, which should come down pretty soon. So I'm only bringing this up as part of the record, but not the entirety of the record. What did the officers tell you?
I mean, they didn't really say much. Just came in and just checked on the store.
They didn't walk you through the conditions or what you might have been violating or not violating?
Oh, yeah, they asked me a series of questions like the shooters and like pricing on beer.
Okay, so then just to be super clear, they did walk you through the conditions?
Yeah, most of them, yeah.
Okay. And so according to code enforcement, they came back later that day, just a few hours after they talked to you, and they found that you were still in violation of some conditions, and specifically lowering prices and allowing customers to buy 4 shooters instead of the 2 that are allowed in your conditions placed on your license. That sounds pretty similar to what you admitted on the record on September 4th of 2019. So do you think one of your employees that day could have done this, given the record?
I read that too. I didn't get the part where the enforcement came back later that day and bought the beer that was supposed to be $2.49, but it didn't state like we didn't sell it to him for $1.99.
And so specifically though on the shooters, Do you think that one of your employees that day likely sold him or her 4 shooters instead of 2 because he was sort of, quote, one of those customers that you offer these special deals to?
Well, he didn't say he was one of those special, but it did say, we weren't supposed to sell 3 or more, but he checked him out. Everything went fine. Like, he wasn't drunk, he wasn't, under the influence. He just wanted 4 shooters.
All right.
And my guy,
so
my worker passed it.
Thank you. Yeah, so just to confirm, so you're admitting on the record that you've are basically choosing not to follow conditions that were placed on your license rightfully and legally by the ABC board.
I mean, if you say it that way.
That's the way I'm saying it. So is that a yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. So we were given today a long list of police reports from, I'm not certain if it's specifically your business or the mall that you're in. Do you have that in front of you?
I just got it, and I wish I got it earlier. But I just glanced through it, and I'll go ahead. Go on.
So do you feel like you if you go through that, are these times where you or someone in your business called APD, you had a problem, and they came to respond, or?
There's a couple on here that I see that are.
So just a couple, but some are like other people calling, and they happen to be near your business?
Yeah. I mean, when they say West, 601 West 36, it's not just my store. It's a whole strip mall. Mm-hmm. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's important.
This is not all my store.
Just a point of clarification, if I may, and I'm sorry if this isn't explained, but if you look through this, the ones that are highlighted in yellow are the ones that are directly related to mom and pops.
Could I ask him? Go ahead. So when you say directly related, does that mean someone from the business called or was in the business?
The call was, when the call was made to APD, that it was specifically made because of mom and pops or to mom and pops.
Okay. Okay. I look at it, I'm a little worried about, how do I interpret this? I look at these and
it's
things that happen there, and I would call the cops, and I'd hate to do anything with this that would dissuade Mr. Lee from calling the cops when someone's getting hit in front of his store, someone refuses to leave, or someone's trespassing and so on. It sounds like these are actually efforts to do what we want, call the cops because someone's hanging out and loitering or something. So I'd look through this and say, oh, good on you. You're calling the cops and trying to clean it.
We do have a contract with Signal 88 as well.
Beg your pardon?
Signal 88, they're
right.
There's a security people, so we have a contract with them, and they come by like every so and then to our store.
Can I follow up on that point? So if there's an issue, you see a lot of calls are here like there's on drugs, was smoking something inside, and then he went out and you called the cops. Would you call the cops first, or would you call Signal, your security company?
I do both.
Just one or the other? Okay.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I do both.
Okay. All right, thanks. Have you gotten a chance to see the proposed amendment?
This one?
That looks like it.
I just got it from Mandy.
I'd take an ease and let him read it. Can we do that?
Well, we haven't actually moved it yet. Why don't we let Mr. Dyson ask his question, and then we will come back to that if Mr. Rivera moves the amendment. Mr. Dyson?
Yep. Over here.
Hi.
Yeah.
Like on the back of my building or on the side?
Well, I don't know. We've got a whole package of pictures here. I guess I could go and look at them, but it looks like some of them are out front.
We do. We try our best to clean up everything. And we do have someone that picks up trash every morning who's in the building, but like, that's I mean, it's just hard to say, like Peggy says, I have to pick up trash from my store to all the way down to the park, which like is a mile long, and just blaming all those trash on like my store is.
I think that the ones that have labels, containers that have labels that are sold at your store that are right near it, I think all the pictures that we've been given have
Yes,
right around
there was a
that.
couple.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying they're all from my store, just because it's right there next to the building.
Nor am I, but why wouldn't you as a business person want to keep your area cleaned up? And why wouldn't you, as holding a very valuable license, not go out of your way to keep it policed up and looking presentable and not lose or leave yourself open to criticism from the neighbors that your garbage is laying around the parking lot in the area there? It just doesn't seem to be a very responsible response, regardless of whether all the garbage is yours. I pick up other people's garbage around my yard and my street.
We do pick up trash.
Every month?
Every day.
Mm-hmm.
And those are just the few that we missed, like one or two like pictures of shooters like under the curve or something too. And I can see how there's other pictures of like one or two bottles on the side of the rocks and stuff.
Okay, so your representation is that these pictures are very much the exception and not that that's the general condition.
It is not like that all the time.
Yeah. All right, and did you say that only a couple of this extensive list of police calls are from you and your employees?
I didn't really have a chance to look at the calls, but like.
But you did say that your people.
Our people do call.
Have made a couple of them, is what you said.
We trash pass people all the time. If we see like people hanging around in the parking lot, we call for suspicious. But yeah, we do call.
Yes, I understand you do call. There's 120 calls roughly here. And you said your people had made a couple of them. Would you like to change that to 4 or 9 out of 120?
Is there really 120 in here?
Well, I'm pretty good at math. It's real close to that. One every 3 days. All right.
Mr. Lee, do you have any sense of maybe what percent of the calls or in general about how many calls in a year your employees make?
I would say like maybe highly once a week.
About once a week? Okay.
Once every 2 weeks.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that Mr. Dyson is very good at math, apparently. So, Mr. Rivera, do you want to move that amendment?
Yes, if we don't have any more questions for Mr. Lee, I move Rivera Amendment Number 1.
Well, hey, can I ask you something?
Oh,
interesting. Like all these are not just from my store, but we see like outside of the strip mall too.
Okay, I'm just going to say it then.
So it's not like all of them, I'm not calling because someone's in my store doing something. We call if we see something outside the store as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So at this time, Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Chair. So I have one question for you, Mr. Lee. Did you ever, after you felt that the conditions were unfair, did you ever request to the Midtown Community Council a request for support to remove the conditions or come back to the Assembly asking the Assembly to remove the conditions?
I haven't. I just asked if we can get all the business people together.
Okay.
And talk
Thank
about
you.
Thank you. So Mr. Rivera, do you move the amendment?
I did, yes.
Okay. Who was the second on that?
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, who was the second on that? Ms. LaFrance. Okay. So moved and seconded. Mr. Constant?
Can somebody email that to me, please?
Yes. So we're going to take a short break now, and for a couple of reasons. One, we're going to get Mr. Constant a copy of the amendment. Second, Mr. Lee, you're going to have a chance to read that amendment, and then we're going to ask you to speak to it after the break, okay? You also have the opportunity to cross-examine, that is, to ask questions of the other witnesses that Mr. Rivera called. So if you have questions for Mr. Potter or Ms. Robinson, I don't know if she's still here. Oh, she is. Okay, great. You can ask them after the break, okay? So you have the right to speak to the amendment and to ask questions of the other witnesses. How much time do you need to read the amendment and prepare?
Was this it?
That's it.
How long do I have?
Can we do 10 minutes? Can you be ready in 10 minutes?
Yeah, 10 minutes,
Okay.
15.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, do you want to come speak again? Do you have any comments on the amendment? Have you had a chance to review the amendment?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Mr. Rivera's amendment?
I just think some of these are just not right. Oh.
One second, Mr. Lee. Mr. Constant? One second. Mr. Constant, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We've asked Mr. Lee to speak to Mr. Rivera's amendment. Did you receive that?
I have not received anything yet.
Oh, okay. Apologies. Okay, it's being sent right now, Mr. Constant.
Okay, I just received it. It's going to take a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have a couple of questions for Mr. Lee about the amendment, if that would be okay.
I would like to give him an opportunity first to speak his own piece, and then we'll
Okay.
ask him questions, if that's all right. Mr. Lee, why don't you go ahead and just let us know your thoughts, and then we'll have some questions for you.
Are we ready right now?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
My thoughts about these is, I mean, so much things are going through my head.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, can you put the microphone a little closer to your mouth?
Sorry. I just think the amendment that Rivera wrote is just not right. It's not, I mean, let me just choose one, like the police department calls and service report. You know, like calling on someone that's not doing something right. Is that bad? And I just feel like historical experience and the public health too.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like getting this all on my store. I mean, I honestly don't know where to start.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have some questions from Ms. Zolotel. Perhaps that'll help. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lee, I'm going to start on page 1 of the amendment. I'm just going to kind of walk my questions kind of through the paragraphs, just so you can track with me, okay? So on the first page, the first paragraph, the amendment alleges that you consciously disregarded the conditions after several months because you felt they were unfair. Do you think that's an accurate statement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where you?
Page 1, just in paragraph 1?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go in order. I promise not to skip around. And then I wanted to ask you on paragraph 3, so that's the bottom of the page, and it goes into the next page. It states that there have been a number of calls for service, and that those are greater than the other package stores in the municipality. Do you have any opinion about whether or not, if you had followed the conditions imposed on the license, that would affect the police calls?
I would say yeah and no.
Okay, would you like to explain the yes and the no?
I mean, I feel like since I got this MOA too, by high volume of calls, like, and you're saying like my store has more calls than usual than other stores?
That's one of the allegations in that paragraph,
Yeah,
yes.
I just don't see it being wrong, too, so.
Okay. With regard to the public health, so in the next section, excuse me, do you agree that you, or do you believe that you've sold alcohol to folks that you know to be already inebriated?
Do I know that I have? No. We don't sell
Okay.
people that are inebriated.
Okay. And do you ever sell shooters above $1.70?
Do we? Yes.
Okay.
In order, did you mean below $1.70?
I'm sorry, below $1.70. Thank you, Mr. Waddleton. Do you ever sell them cheaper than $1.70?
In the past, yeah.
In the past, yeah. Since the memorandum of understanding and the conditions were placed on your license?
We sold, yeah. So.
Okay. And
it was $1.50.
Okay. And on the third paragraph there, under public health, is it true, the allegation true, that you do not mark your containers for litter identification and litter prevention?
That's not true. We do mark ours. And it's just the fact that they came to my store and my workers didn't mark it. I got on them on that too. As well, and we do mark our shooters and the cans that are 16 ounces.
Always?
Always.
Okay. And that's the last of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Mr. Lee, you have the opportunity to ask questions of other people who have testified, specifically Ms. Robinson and Mr. Potter. Do you have any questions for them?
I do, but
Okay. You know, it's a little bit awkward. Perhaps, for which one?
Potter? We'll start with Potter, yes.
Mr. Potter, could you sit next to our clerks up here? There's another microphone there. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, Potter. You know how we first started talking about my license and all the stuff that was going around it?
Yes, we started by saying that we wanted you to not sell shooters.
Yeah. Well, it was, and then I just wanted to clarify, no, my license wasn't the only one that was coming up before me. And you said you even tried going to In-N-Out, too.
We did go to In-N-Out. We had a meeting with Mr. Kang. At the time that his license came up, he had had a significant medical issue that was life-altering for him, his wife, and his daughter, who came back from Pennsylvania. And the community council determined that we talked to them and said that we would be expecting, and we expected them to tell anyone that they sold the license to that they should expect the same conditions.
I know, well, okay. And, when I did raise my prices and we talked after the MOA and everything.
Yes.
And I told you, we should send it out to everyone and get the message, especially the In-N-Out too. And when I did change all that, and did you ever talk to him about his price changing at all?
Yes. And I also worked with the council that you had hired to work on a sub-district ordinance that would put in place those same conditions on all of the packaged liquor stores within a 5 to 7 community council area.
But did he actually do it?
It has not been completed. We have talked to the Mr. Weddleton's committee, and we would like to continue pursuing that. I have gone to most of those community councils, discussed the concept with them, and most have been very supportive. Spenard, on the other hand, has not necessarily, their president has not necessarily been supportive because they have been working independently, going in advance to talking to each one of the operators and entering a separate memorandum of understanding. So others within the Spenard Community Council, and all I can do is work through the Midtown Community Council, but I have attended Spenard Community Council meetings in connection with Brown Jug, who was also getting a renewal in the Spenard district as well, and testified to get the pricing similar to what Midtown did.
Okay, and
if I could snap my fingers, Mr. Lee, and make everybody live by the same rules and be good neighbors and not believe that their responsibility to the community, both as individuals and the full community, stops at their door, I would do it. I'm doing the best I can on a volunteer basis, and so is Midtown Community Council.
all right, I mean, that's my first time you telling me this, and I just,
And if I could, just address an item that Mr. Weddleton brought up, just for clarification. We did speak, Eddie and I, and at the community council meetings early on, when the MOU was being discussed, we told him that we did not want him to not call the police, that if there was a necessity to call the police, we did not want him to get dinged for doing the right thing by having numerous police calls. And we advised him and asked him to keep a record that he would bring to each community council meeting of those calls, so that when it came up as an issue, we could be behind him and support him for doing the right thing, not the wrong thing.
I don't recall you telling me that.
I believe we probably have it in our minutes from one of the community council meetings. So we did not want you to get hurt by doing the right thing and calling the police.
Mr. Lee, do you have any more questions for Mr. Potter or Ms. Robinson?
Not at the moment. I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
I have Mr. Rivera in the queue. Mr. Rivera, do you have questions for Mr. Lee?
I do not know. I just wanted to, when we're ready, propose an amendment to the amendment.
Okay. So, Mr. Lee, I'll give you another opportunity. Is there anything specifically you want to say about Mr. Rivera's amendment before we begin our discussion about it?
You guys go ahead. No.
I'm sorry, say it again?
No.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Well, you can take a seat. We're going to have our discussion now. Unless, Ms. LaFrance, is your question for Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a quick question for Mr. Lee. And just following up on the questions from Ms. Zelatel about, it was on the bottom of page 2, number 3, the licensee failed to mark containers. And Mr. Lee, I think I heard you say that you always mark the containers?
Yes, I mark them personally.
How do you mark them?
We use a big Sharpie, and
Okay.
when they come in the package, before we put it on the shelf, we mark them on the bottom.
So you take a big Sharpie and write the name of your establishment?
Which is write M.
An F?
M.
M.
For Mom Pops.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Thank you, Mr. Lee. All right, so Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have an amendment to the amendment. So I move, someone can second. Sure. So the amendment is page 1 to amend paragraph 1 to say these aren't lines, so apologies. On the sentence starting licensee testified, to add he. So it would read licensee testified he consciously disregarded conditions. Then on same page, second subparagraph, end of that first sentence, so on many occasions, a clause should be added at the end of that, conditions imposed on the license, so it would read, on many occasions throughout 2019, sales of products at Mom and Pop's Grocery and Liquor violated conditions imposed on the license.
Second?
Do you have anything additional, Mr. Rivera?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this amendment? Mr. Weddleton?
Not on the amendment.
Sorry, the amendment to the amendment. Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment to the amendment? All right. Please vote on the amendment to the amendment. Mr. Constant?
Yes.
All right. The amendment to the amendment passes 10-0. So now we are back to the amendment itself as amended. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I have a question and then a couple small amendments. And one is on page 2 regarding the calls to the police. It says significantly greater than other package stores in the municipality. Is that something we could document? Or
Yes, that is something that we could document. The documentation for that is not provided at this time,
but you verified that with someone and
Yeah.
they said, wow, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to make two small amendments. On page 1, fourth line from the bottom, it ends with the word violation, and I would add after that, of the conditions of the license. Okay, and one other is on page 2, on section 2, number 2A, where it says the property management, change it so it says Denali Commercial Property Management. So delete the and add Denali Commercial. And that's supported in documents that we've received.
All right, so the amendment, I'm sorry, can you restate the first one is, okay. Of the conditions of the license, okay? And the second is to change it to Denali Commercial. Okay, so is there any discussion on this amendment?
Mr. Chair, could Mr. Weddleton repeat them both again, please?
Repeat both, sure. The first one, page 1, 4 lines from the bottom, after the word violation, add of the conditions of the license. Or if you prefer, you said conditions imposed on the license. If that would also be fine. Okay.
Your language is fine, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay. And then on page 2, section 2A, 4 lines down, where it says the property management, change that to read Denali Commercial Property Management.
Okay, any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Moved and seconded? Okay, please vote on the amendment to the amendment. Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The amendment to the amendment passes 10-0. We are now back at the underlying amendment as amended. Is there any further discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Constant, you were in the queue. Yeah, Mr. Constant.
So I have a couple of things, and they're mostly this is well written, but it has a couple of issues with the language, I think. And I'm going to go back to the item that Mr. Weddleton pointed out It's page 2, I think it's line 2. That second line there that talks about significantly greater than other package stores. I would like to move to amend it to say police calls for the police service are, and this is where I would change to significant in relationship to other package stores. Because I would not like us to move this without providing the evidence that it is significantly greater than other package stores. This reads like it's the number one place for calls in Anchorage, and I want us to make sure we don't do that. So that would be my motion, would just be to change significantly greater than other package stores to be significant in relationship to other package stores.
Second. Okay. Any discussion on Mr. Constant's amendment to the amendment, which was seconded by Mr. Rivera, I believe? Okay. Please vote on Mr. Constant's amendment to the amendment. 1 second. We need to get that entered. Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That amendment passes 10-0. We are now back to the main amendment as amended.
I have, Mr. Chair, I have just a couple more.
Okay. Can we do them all?
I'm doing them one at a time because I'm far away and it's just not easy. If you go to the second page, section 2, the section 1 of section 2 that starts with historical experience with this location, I think, if you don't mind, I would like to make an amendment to change that phrase to the record reflects this location.
Second.
The purpose of this, just historical experience, is very squishy. We're talking about the record before us, and the record before us does all of this.
I'm sorry, so how would it read?
Instead of historical experience with this location, it would just be the record of this location
demonstrates. Who was the second? All right, any discussion on Mr. Constant's amendment to the amendment? Actually, I think we've got that, Mr. Constant. Do we have what's your next point? We'll do them all together. What's your next point?
So in that next section 2 down below, and I'm not sure the exact language here, but if you read it, it doesn't read right. The licensee's practices in catering to chronic inebriate customers, including selling shooter-sized bottles of hard alcohol for low prices that are below $1.70, evidenced by pictures. Actually, that one is fine. It's not that one. Sorry. It's in section A. Customers causing costs to nearby property owners in damages and loss, and to increase security. I just need help making that language work. Read it. It just doesn't read right.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes, Ms. Molotov.
Including increased costs to nearby property owners in damage and loss, and increased costs for security and security improvements.
Thank you.
Does the second agree? You are the second, Ms. Zalatel. Do you agree to adding this portion to the amendment? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, Madam Clerk, could you read how that first sentence would now read under subsection A?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It will read, customers causing increased costs to nearby property owners in damages and loss, and to increased costs for security and security improvements, particularly Mallory Apartments, etc.
I think there's a superfluous 2 in there.
I actually got rid of the words customers causing. It just said including increased costs. The including is from paragraph 2 above, comma, and then it just started with the word increased. And increased costs for security and security improvements.
Roger. Okay, I think we've got it now. All right, is that all, Mr. Constant?
That's everything on my list.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. All right, any discussion on Mr. Constant's amendment to the amendment as amended? No? Okay, please vote on the amendment to the amendment. Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We are now back to the amendment as amended. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Okay. Are we going to... Mr. Weddleton, you distributed this. Do you want to offer this or not?
Oh, did that get distributed? Oh, I didn't notice.
So do we need to vote on the main motion?
Is this an amendment to the amendment or a separate amendment?
It's an amendment to the AR.
Oh, okay. All right. So we have the amendment to the amendment as amended before us. I'm sorry, we have an amendment to the main motion as amended. Any further discussion? Not seeing any, please vote on the amendment. Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That amendment, who didn't vote?
Oh, Mr. Thompson. Oh, I don't. Ms. LaFrance.
Mr. Lance, did you vote yes? Okay. So that amendment passes 10-0. So we're back down to the main motion. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment Number 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton, you want to describe this?
Yeah, thank you. So this, in the current thing, it says we protest the renewal, and this would change it. So it conditionally protests it, and the condition is that the same conditions we have imposed before continue.
Mr. Rivera. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Weddleton, you want to speak to it first?
Should we not do this? We are essentially asking to pull this license, which is a very, very significant penalty to this business, which many of the things point that way, that perhaps they shouldn't be in the business of selling alcohol. But I'm not quite ready to go that far. I think what we've done through this process has made it very clear to Mr. Lee and his family that the rules are the rules, and he better stick to them, because when he comes around in a couple of years, we'll do this again, and he'll likely lose his license. But to pull the license and have them lose it is, I think, more extreme than is needed at this moment.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would urge a no vote on this amendment. It became apparent to me, I've been on the body almost a year now, almost immediately from the Midtown Community Council, that this operator wasn't abiding by the conditions, was aware of the conditions. We had information today that he was aware of the conditions, that he disregarded the conditions blatantly, didn't come back and ask for them to be removed because he felt that they were unfair. AMCO imposed the conditions, which already set the standard of what we expected as, I think, this body and the community to be followed. So to continually go down this path does two things that I'm concerned about. One, it does nothing to remedy the community's concerns. It does absolutely nothing more. This community has been through heck with this operator. And they've shown that they definitely want to be equitable in the application of these kinds of conditions. They've worked really hard to try to figure this out. And two, I don't get the sense from hearing from Mr. Lee as he talks to us about this that we're going to expect or see a substantial change. So I think we'll just be back here in 2 years with maybe worse problems before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with my colleague and would urge a strong no vote against this amendment. We have community standards for a reason, and the ABC board put conditions on this license for a reason. The operator is not following it. Mr. Lee has admitted to that. At the public safety meeting last year, Mr. Lee was asked, "What are you going to do to follow the conditions?" Mr. Lee didn't have an answer. Mr. Lee has had discussions with the community council since 2015. What are you going to do to follow the conditions? What are you going to do to be a better community partner? I do not understand why we would ask the community to go suffer through 2 more years with this operator. So I urge a strong no vote.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the reasons already stated, I am a no vote on this as well, simply for the fact that we have no indication that anything will change. And I love the idea of second chances, but I don't know that it is, I see no reason to grant it in this case. But perhaps Mr. Weddleton can help me see what you see. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Peterson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I remember the Public Safety Committee meeting last September, and I specifically warned Mr. Lee that his liquor license was in jeopardy. And I didn't stutter. I said it plenty loud enough so everyone in the room could hear about it. I know darn well he heard me say it. So he had an opportunity at that point to change his actions, and from what we've seen, not much has changed since then. So I'm afraid if we give him another chance, a third chance, or whatever you want to call it, we're going to be back here 2 years from now, and it may somehow have gotten worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Is there any other discussion on Mr. Weddleton's amendment? Okay, seeing none, please vote on Mr. Weddleton's amendment. Mr. Constant.
No.
You didn't see it. Ouch.
It's a Yeastman. I think that's how they're popularly referred to as. All right, so that amendment fails. 1 to 9. We are now. Yes, Mr. Constant.
I have another amendment to make. I was under no delusion that this process was heading to where we are now, which is very grave. And I have been through this on the other side of the equation as a community member. And there's something that happens if AMCO upholds this protest that in some ways I think might be one step too far for us. And so I want to propose an amendment to mitigate that. And what that means specifically is that if AMCO upholds the protest, this license is evaporated. It no longer exists. But up until that moment, this license has a property value to it. I don't know what they're selling for right now on the secondary market. Ranges between $50,000 and $100,000 and sometimes more. And what happened when we closed down Spirits of Alaska is the applicant, the licensee, requested that they could be at least allowed to sell the license in such a way that they would not be totally lost. And so in some ways, the action that was taken by AMCO at that time, in coordination with the community council and the municipal attorney, it was quite a scene, was to allow them to recreate this license and then sell it with the promise that they would never operate in that location again. And so rather than finding ourselves back here, and rather than really acting in the most punitive of ways, which would be telling AMCO, kill this license and don't let them even try to sell it, I would like to make an amendment which would be in Section 2, it would be letter D. I don't know if I'm working on the same versions you have, but it just would say, should AMCO uphold this protest, it would be beneficial to allow the licensee to sell the license.
I'll second that.
Okay, I need to, can you say exactly where that was going again?
If I have the same version you do, it's page 4, I believe it's Section 2, following Part C, which then on my version that I have in front of me is like line 13 or line 14. But really it's Section 2.
Gotcha, at the end before Section 3. And
it's on my version, yeah, just before Section 3. It's just one last item that would be, again, specifically, should AMCO uphold this protest, it would be beneficial to allow the licensee to sell the license. It's just a massive hit, this action, should it take effect, and this would at least allow a very small amount of recovery.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would support this amendment. It's one of the several discussions I had with Mr. Lee and his parents. That was a concern that Mr. Lee and specifically his father had, was that this investment is now going to disappear. And so I think this is a olive branch. One could argue whether it's deserved or not, but this is an olive branch that I am okay adding into this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. I'm glad you voted down my amendment because I actually like this one a lot better. Thank you, Mr. Constant. I'd like to offer an amendment, which I think is in the spirit of what you had said, Mr. Constant, and that is add to the end, but not be permitted to operate another liquor package store license.
Well, if I might, could you add a phrase at the end that just says, at this location? They have to go through every step and every process to get a license,
Okay.
I think it's, you know what I mean, like, forever, that's...
Okay, that's fine. Another liquor store license at this location.
We don't yet have a second.
Second.
No, I seconded though.
Oh. Okay, never mind. Mr. Weddleton had seconded it, apparently. We just missed it. Okay, so...
Just point of order, is this an amendment to the amendment that Mr. Weddleton is offering? Because I think that's what it is.
Yeah, that would be.
We were speaking about the I think we are still hashing out what the amendment exactly is.
Okay.
I think we were on the main motion. I made a motion. This is just the secondary, so I don't think we're out of bounds.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Constant made a motion, Mr. Weddleton made the second, but I don't think we yet have solid language for what that is, and we're working on that language right now. So...
Oh, that's what's going on up there.
Yeah. All right, so Mr. Constant, it now reads, should AMCO uphold the protest, it would be beneficial to allow licensee to transfer license to another owner, but not be permitted to have another license at this location.
Perfect.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Constant, give me one moment, okay? The clerk has asked me to ask the attorneys, Mr. Sherwood and Mr. Gates, about the term "it would be beneficial" and what legal effect, if any, that would have. And if you have any thoughts on that language.
An AMCO decision, but the attorneys can definitely weigh in.
Mr. Sherwood?
I could speak to that. I was about to. I would recommend that instead of would be beneficial, you substitute the phrase the Assembly recommends. Unless Mr. Constant's intent was there was a broader economic benefit to the city to have this license preserved, which may be a different concept.
I think your language would be fine.
Okay. So we'll change that to, should AMCO uphold the protest, the Assembly recommends to allow licensee to transfer license to another owner.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Sherwood?
Just wording-wise, I would say the Assembly recommends that the licensee be allowed to transfer.
That the licensee be allowed to transfer the license.
A license to another owner.
The license to another owner. Okay. All right. So now it reads.
Maybe there's a problem there. Do we say be allowed to transfer the license to another operator?
To another licensee.
Right, because if we just say to transfer, they could transfer it to themselves.
And if I can go on.
Mr. Sherwood.
Through the chair. Maybe there should be a period there because it may confuse the board to see, but not be permitted to have another license at this location. It's not clear who that's directed to. So if the intent is there not be another license at that location, I would just have a separate sentence that says that clearly.
I don't think it should be another sentence.
Like the Assembly further recommends that no other license be permitted at this location, if that's the intent.
Okay. Mandy, can we keep that in the same subsection? So we're going to chant to the licensee. Mr. Weddleton, you're in the queue.
Oh, no, I think I'm...
Okay. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to hear from Mr. Sherwood or Ms. Vogel or Mr. Gates on our ability to, we can make any recommendation we want, but whether that is legally substantiated to recommend that he not get another license. There's a process for a license. So what we're deciding tonight is with respect to this license, and I feel a little uncomfortable making future determinations about other licenses.
Yeah, Mr. Sherwood.
I think that point is well taken, and in that case, because you're correct, we're only talking about this license and this operator, and the board needs to find that the Assembly has not made an arbitrary, capricious, or unreasonable decision. That second sentence essentially talks about a future licensee that we know nothing about. So I would recommend that just be deleted, that second sentence, and it just be left at licensee should be allowed to transfer the license to another licensee, and then that'll be a whole separate process at some point that will go through, that new licensee will be checked out by us and the alcohol board.
Thank you, Mr. Sherwood. Ms. Jones?
Through the chair, as Mr. Constant might recall, and a couple other people might recall, in the Spirits of Alaska case that he was referring to, where the license was protested and the licensee was allowed to sell the license, the condition was that there would not be a packaged liquor store at the former Spirits of Alaska location. That was part of the agreement.
Okay. Mr. Rivera, you were in the queue.
That was one of my hopes with that language.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not sure that we should just blanket state that another package store shouldn't go in that particular location. I'm not sure that the community nor the community council would agree with that. I guess a question to Mr. Constant. Could you clarify your intent? Was that your intent, or was your intent to ensure that this specific operator does not operate again at this location?
I think that was my amendment. Can I speak to that? Because that part was my amendment.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
That was a question to Mr. Constant. I don't know if he heard me.
Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, what I said was, I believe it's the license, the operator, and the location.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton?
Okay, that second sentence was my amendment to Mr. Constant's amendment, and my intent was this operator cannot have another liquor store there. And speaking on that, I don't think the problem there is the landlord. I don't think we have grounds to tell the landlord what they could do with that unit.
Right.
And the key issue is this operator.
And that's what the language currently states.
Assembly, right, that's what this states. And
By this operator.
But so does that meet, can we ask, Mr. Sherwood?
Mr. Sherwood, this current
Quinn
language,
Davidson.
does it meet this intent?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay.
How about Quinn Davis? Yeah, Austin.
Okay. Well, she's not in the queue. Ms. Quinn Davidson, do you want to speak to this?
Well, thanks, Mr. Weddleton. So you added by this operator. He could still apply for a separate license. So, I mean, I'm not the lawyer for the Assembly, but I'm concerned by limiting future action through this license. So I think I would not support that second sentence.
So your concern is that you do think he should be able to apply for another license at this location in the future?
Yeah, I think that anyone can apply for any license, and then it's up to us and to the state to make that determination. And I don't think we should, in advance of that process, weigh in on how we would rule. I think Mr. Sherwood's point that might be interpreted as arbitrary or capricious or sort of predeterminational or whatever word you want to use. I think it smells problematic to me just from being a lawyer, but I don't know for sure that it is. But Mr. Sherwood seemed to indicate that he also felt that way, so I would say we should remove it, but that's just my opinion.
Okay. Mr. Dyson, you're in the queue.
Yeah, I think my problem has been dealt with. I was not at all in favor of telling the landlord, the owner of the property, that he couldn't consider any legitimate business there. And that, I think, is way over the line and would be government taking, reducing his options as a property owner. So I think we're clear on that now, and I appreciate you all standing up on that one. I also agree that this operator shouldn't be there and maybe nowhere, but that's the liquor board to decide.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the precedent has been set. We've done this before. And so I think maybe, I don't know if we have any of the same people on the ABC board. They might not be aware that we've done this before. But legally, I think we have set a precedent in the past that have done this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Is there any other discussion on this amendment, including any other amendments to the amendment? So the amendment, as it now reads, is, should AMCO uphold the protest, the Assembly recommends that the licensee be allowed to transfer the license to another licensee. The Assembly further recommends that a package store license will not be allowed at this location by this operator. Okay, please vote on this amendment. Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Okay. That amendment passed 8-2. All right. We are now back to the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion on the main motion?
Mr. Chair, I would get in the queue briefly.
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. This is, I have kind of a hierarchy of actions of government. the taking of a business is a very substantial act, third only to taking of someone's personal property, then only before that, the taking of their freedom. So these actions of government are very serious, and we have talked about this in a very thorough and in-depth, meaningful way. And these actions are not taken lightly, and the question of fairness across other organizations is one that we have to deal with, because it's still an open question, but none of that stands up to the failure with intent of this operator to fulfill the commitments that were made legally in a binding manner. And so I will be voting yes.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Mr. Constant that this is not a decision that we should ever make lightly. But I think the record in this case is very clear on the matter. I think, it's important to note that the Community Council, as I stated, has attempted to work with Mr. Lee since 2015. And the operator has many times just refused to comply with the conditions placed on the license, and that has led to very clear public safety and health issues, and the community has suffered, and the community has attempted many times over to work and allay their concerns, but that has not happened. So we are here today now to take the most drastic of steps. Because of all of these issues together, the standards have been met to declare that this operator has public safety and health issues that are providing negative and adverse impacts to the surrounding locations, and has simply not acted in good faith. So we, as the Midtown Assembly members, urge a yes vote on this resolution as amended, and find that this operator violates our standards regarding public health and safety. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I actually have a question. So did we officially check the box under public health or public safety, or which box did we check officially?
We checked both. That was the amendment that did that.
Okay. All right. Well, and just one additional thing further, if I could, Mr. Chair. I don't want people to think that I'm anti-alcohol or anything like that. I used to have my own liquor license in a previous life in a previous state. And but, the Midtown Community Council and the people of Midtown have done everything they can to try to give Mr. Lee and his family a chance to to correct their past mistakes. Excuse me, and they've neglected to do that. And so now we're just passing those protests on to the ABC board. They'll be making the final decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. And I think that's a very good point, that we actually do not have the final say on this item, that we are making a recommendation to the ABC, the AMCO board, the Alaska Alcohol and Marijuana Control Office, and their board. ABC board. Okay. All right. Not seeing any further discussion, please vote on this item. Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Constant.
I would ask the privilege of the body to make a motion to change the order of the day and take up items 14I and 14K so that I can get to bed.
All right. Could you speak to why those items in particular?
Because they're items I have an interest in being part of the debate.
Okay.
Second.
Fair enough. Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to the motion to change the order of the day to take up items 14I and 14K? All right. Not seeing any. Oh, Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought we were going to do the tow operator E2. It would only take us a short period of time, probably.
Exactly.
I think we missed it.
It would be fine to take up each two and then 14I and 14K. That would be a fine amendment.
I second that.
Okay, so we're going to take up 9E, which we missed, and then 14I and then 14K. All right. Mr. Dyson, were you in the queue to talk about that?
Yes.
Okay. Any opposition to changing the order of the day in that fashion? Okay. That passes. If you pardon me, I have to find.
It's just the tow operator
Yep.
report.
I have to find the addendum. Thank you. We are now on item 9E2, Information Memorandum Number AIM 31-2020, Municipal Tow Operator Business Compliance Quarterly Report, December 1st, 2019 through February 29, 2020. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve or
Second.
Moved
accept.
Moved to accept and seconded. I think we actually already had a motion on the floor. Mr. Dyson, you were the one who pulled this?
Yeah, thank you. I didn't get into town until late last night, so I wasn't studied up here. I expected this would be an extensive report, and it isn't, which says something pretty good about the contractors that we have doing the towing. Anyways, staff tell me that the non-compliance complaints have been greatly reduced. We have something like 15 contractors towing cars. This one was an expedient move they did to move a bunch of cars for snow plowing and didn't put them in a secure place. There was no damage that happened. Anyways, I expected there'd be a multitude of people complaining that their cars have been towed when they shouldn't have been, and lots of abuse, and tow operators making money off of the impounding of cars and so on. So it's worth it for me to know, and I think it'd be valuable for you to know, that this whole deal is working quite well, and the problems are very much the exception. And I'm sorry for taking your time to pull this, but I was glad to do it to learn what I've just told you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Any additional comments on this item? All right, please vote on this item. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, vote yes.
Okay. Mr. Rivera also votes yes. That motion passes 10-0, or rather motion to accept. We are now on item 14I, resolution number AR 2020-70. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Top Shelf Herbs of Alaska LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M22150, doing business as Top Shelf Herbs of Alaska LLC, and located at 901 Photo Avenue.
Wait, reading.
Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify on this item? Sir, please identify yourself for the record.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Widmer. I am the attorney representing Top Shelf. I just wanted to make sure the assembly was where I'm available for questions if there are any, as are the owners and licensee applicants.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions at this time. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body? Okay.
I would move to postpone until a future date. I'd like to, Ms. Honest, we're waiting for AMCO information. Do we know when? How's that for a motion?
Ms. Honest?
You want to know what date AMCO is going to meet the marijuana board?
Well, there's an issue on this one. They had applied, I understand they got, well, I think do I need to get a motion or can I chat?
What's that?
There's an issue with this one that we need AMCO's decision on. Is that right? I'm looking at Ms. Honest.
Ms. Honest, can you speak to this?
Through the chair, that is correct. Currently, the Marijuana Control Board has tabled the license. There was a question about one of the potential licensees' record. And so The Marijuana Control Board meeting is early April. And I don't know if they have that scheduled to be back before them in April. Is it going to the next meeting?
Sir, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, my information is that AMCO is going to be meeting and having a decision made officially by either April 2nd or April 3rd.
Okay.
At which point we expect they will have approved the license, but that is when we expect them to take official action on it.
Okay.
Okay, so I move to postpone this until our meeting of April 14th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Mr. Constant, any discussion on the motion?
No discussion. I would vote yes.
Okay. All right. Please vote on the motion to postpone until April 14th. Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. I'll note for the record also that Mr. Dyson is excused. Okay. We are now on item 14K, resolution number AR 2020-74, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an amendment to an alcohol special land use permit for retail sales of alcohol with brewery license number 5518 to add additional square footage for Girdwood Brewing Company LLC doing business as Girdwood Brewing Company. Anyone? Anyone? Okay. In the GC10 Girdwood Upper Alyeska Highway. Thank you.
Wave reading.
Okay. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Yep, please come on down. Please identify yourself for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Josh Hegna. I'm one of the co-owners of Girdwood Brewing Company. We are truly a community-minded, family-friendly business. Our 3-year safety history combined with the giving we have done illustrates that point. Over the last 3 years, we've had 0 noise or drunkenness complaints until one recently hit the Assembly's email from the neighborhood, nor have we had any visits from the police or fire department. We take great pride in providing a safe place for our community. As a former Girdwood school librarian, a ski coach, parent, community volunteer, I know our community very well. I know our neighbors all very well. And we think we're doing a really good job down there. We are currently only allowed to serve 36 ounces of beer per day per customer. We don't have a problem with public drunkenness or noise. For what we know, we are more than beer. We provide non-alcoholic options as well. We have root beer, we have kombucha, and we have just released a cold brew coffee. So when we say brewing, we're more than beer. We've also donated to numerous organizations in our community, including the free shuttle, the Glacier Valley Transit, Girdwood Fire and Rescue, Girdwood Community Garden, the Food Pantry, Challenge Alaska, Friends of the Chugach Avalanche Information Center, Girdwood Fine Arts, Girdwood Alliance, Lions Club, Alyeska Ski Club, Girdwood Mountain Bike Alliance, and many more. We are going to be providing I think there is an amendment to this. So I think I could probably speak on that once that happens. Is that how that works? I'm kind of confused.
No. Well, Mr. Welton could call you up to speak to it, but this is your opportunity to testify.
I can address that, so I didn't realize how this process works. Well, the amendment was a bit of a surprise. We just found out about it right before the meeting. Had we known about it, we would have had the opportunity to reach out to our neighbors for support. At the very least, I asked the Assembly to take public comment before making such a drastic amendment. Over the last 3 years, we've had 0 complaints, as I said. This is fueled by one homeowner that lives a football field away. When we started our operations, he had one small little garage. He has since added 2 levels to it, so he can now see all of Girdwood, including our establishment. He never addressed us or went through the community process. Girdwood Land Use Committee and Girdwood Board of Supervisors is a great way to get community involved in decision making, yet we feel like our community council is not being heard. We presented at over a dozen of these meetings. The elected community board members have been complimentary, and the community members have been complimentary of our contributions to the local economy and community. Our efforts have earned their trust, and they've provided a resolution of support with unanimous votes from both boards and community. Please do not ignore this process and the amendment. Contrary to what the amendment says, there will be a significant economic impact to our business. If SB 52 passes, Other breweries across the state will gain privileges, allowing them to market 4 live entertainments a year, between 8 and 10. In a super competitive market, this will be a disadvantage. We will not.
So your time has expired, but I have a question here from Mr. Peterson.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you said that the person that filed the protest is about a football field away, or
400 and some feet away. Yes.
400 and some feet away.
Yes.
Wow.
Which is in every restaurant and bar in Girdwood. There's at least a neighbor 400 feet away. So this isn't something unusual.
I would imagine that would be correct. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance, I'm sorry, sir, I think there's another question for you, Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming here tonight. I apologize that we did not get to talk beforehand. I know it's been a little bit of a scramble on this, and that you may have talked to Mr. Weddleton, and we'll get more into it when we talk about the amendment. I just wanted to say that the idea is to try to prevent issues or put things in place before they happen, because sometimes we have members of the community who come afterwards with live music. And I'll be honest, I haven't gone through this yet and the amendment to understand how that would work, but
well, it would make it illegal if we were listening to Johnny Cash and mopping the floor at 8:15 at night. Okay. Yeah, having brought, according to the, what is it?
Well, and I know we'll talk more here as we get into it, and we can call you back up, as the chair said earlier, too. But anyway, thank you for being here.
Okay. Anybody else?
You have to tell him what I do. John, tell him. Sir.
I'm sorry. Oh, you want to ask him a question. I'm sorry, Mr. Dunbar. Question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. You mentioned HB 52?
SB 52.
SB 52. Could you explain to me what that is and how the amendment impacts that with regard to your...
Well, speaking to SB 52, it sounds like the guy that made the complaint is referring to that. This is the law that would allow breweries to stay open till 10 and would give us 4 live entertainment permits per year. The restaurants and bars, they can do 7 a week if they want. So that's SB 52. Right now, it passed through the Senate. Currently hasn't made it through the House, but I think we're, making a decision based on something that hasn't even happened yet.
So your understanding is that if SB 52 were to pass,
yes,
other breweries would have this option, but if this amendment were to pass, you would not be able to do that?
That's what it says in the amendment, from what I understand, that we would not, be allowed to have live entertainment after 8 o'clock, inside or outside.
Okay.
Unless I'm reading that wrong.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Back to Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, sir. There are no further questions. Would anyone else like to testify on this item?
My name is Rory Marenko. I'm a co-owner at Girdwood Brewing. I also currently brew all the beer there and manage the operations on a day-to-day basis. I also am a homeowner and father of 2 living in Girdwood, so we're deeply embedded in the community. I found trouble with the wording in here also that it would have no economic impact. By reducing our hours and what we're allowed to do, even if state law said we could do it, that seems like it would be a substantial economic impact to our business. I guess to start, this isn't our first time through this public process. Just to open the brewery, we had to go through the text amendment process to get a brewery allowed in Girdwood. Then we had to follow up with a conditional use permit and follow up with a land use permit, and that was in 2016. Just in order to expand inside the building, we're not increasing the building envelope, adding any more gravel. We've had to go through the entire conditional use permitting process again to get an amendment to that and get a new land use permit. So there's been many public meetings, community council meetings in Girdwood. Don't just consist of one community council meeting. You meet first with the land use committee to introduce, then the Girdwood Board of Supervisors to introduce, and then the next month you present at both the land use committee meetings and the Girdwood Board of Supervisors meetings. So essentially there's 4 meetings for every one community council meeting that you'd have in Anchorage. Throughout this entire time, we've received nothing but unanimous support, and there's been no public dissent to any of our presentations. Even just last night, after we heard that this comment came up, we went to the land use committee meeting to present and make sure that no other community members shared the same concerns, and nobody voiced any other concerns. So it seems to be one person who hasn't been involved in the public process at all. So that's why it comes as such a surprise to us at the last minute like this. Definitely a curveball. I guess just to elaborate too, SB 52, it's currently still in, I think it made it through the Senate, it's still in the House. Last year at the same time, we were dealing with SB 76, which never made it through. It was derailed in the House at the last minute. So to me, passing an amendment prefaced on some future law that may or may not pass seems a little bit overreach from your guys' position.
Thank you. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one. Oh my gosh. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move Weddleton and LaFrance Amendment number 1.
First, we need to.
Move to approve.
Oh, move to approve. I'm sorry. Second.
Moved and seconded. Okay. Any discussion on this item?
Move Weddleton Amendment number 1.
Is there a second?
Second for discussion purposes.
Okay. not a good sign. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. I actually have a question for maybe Mr. Schutte or someone from planning. If the state law changes, is there going to be some either wholesale review or review of special land use permits to review the conditions? Because if I read this correctly, right now they state kind of what the state law is. And so I don't know if there will be some bigger undertaking.
Through the chair, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. So should this law pass as it relates to the breweries, we probably wouldn't review special land use permits for those because the special land use permits that most of them operate, all of them operate under, has been fairly vague, or I'm sorry, not vague, but fairly standard. Where we do get into some interesting research will be if there are changes to the broader Title IV that could impact other types of licensees and the special land use permits or conditional use permits attached to those. As you discussed just a few minutes ago, there are some that do have conditions both on a license but also on the conditional use permit or the SLUP. So we're waiting to see what happens in Juneau, like everyone else, with bated breath, and we'll tackle that when it comes out.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Thank you, Mr. Schutte. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. So speaking regards to this amendment, what Mr. Henga and Marenko said was essentially true. They are known as running a great operation. I've been in there. It's beautiful. No complaints. They're community people. I talked to them at Girdwood Board of Supervisor meetings. They're friendly guys. They have tremendous support in the community. And when they came forward with this expansion of their deck, they found no opposition. And I don't oppose it. I recommend we support the expansion of the deck. It would take a nice operation and make it better. So I am totally on that. And the discussions at Girdwood Board of Supervisors and at the Land Use Committee regarded an expansion of the deck only. And I support that. And we should. However, we have experienced, now we did have someone email us about a noise issue that they had, and that was important. It's important to say, oh yes, they are kind of right next to a neighborhood, and that's important. And we have often situations like this. We, not too long ago, dealt with a Carousel bar that had a lot of neighborhood issues, and we put conditions on it. At South Anchorage, there's a veterans VFW thing right next to a house. We put conditions on it. When you want to expand beyond your by right use as a piece of property, you get, if you're allowed, a conditional use, special land use permit, which are designed to open the door to special conditions to make your increase in use beyond your by right uses, and say, let's put conditions on that to make sure it works with your surrounding properties, okay? So to put condition on this is not unusual, it's typical. It feels last minute because we wrote this at last minute. However, I talked to planning staff a week ago and had these questions. And I said, please share it with the applicants. I don't know if they did or not. I called or emailed. I think I emailed the applicants. They emailed me and I responded. And he called, we had a conversation today. So this wasn't intended to blindside anyone. But we have a very popular establishment in a neighborhood. It's 400 feet of straight asphalt, so noise will carry. Okay, that's far to... That's not asphalt, gravel?
There's a meadow, there's trees,
Okay, stuff. Okay, but to the neighborhood, there's not a hill or a huge wall or anything blocking noise. You're kind of right there. You know, if you're parking there, you're looking at the back of the houses there. So being there, we should be sensitive to their needs, but also the needs of the community. So what I've done here is kind of anticipated that and said we have not had community complaints based on their current operation, which is no entertainment. They've had no noise complaints because they've had no noisy things going on, okay? But if they did have noisy things going on, they're in a neighborhood, and I think neighbors could complain. So it's addressing that here. And it also, they've not had late hour complaints because they're not open late. They close the doors at 8, and they can clean up and mop the floor after 8 like any business. So this should SB 52, should state law change, this lets them have entertainment. They're not allowed to have entertainment now. This allows entertainment, okay? Could be whatever the state decides. 1 a night, 4 a year, we don't know. But should that change, because we base the use of this on state law, should that change, they can have entertainment. They could have a rock and roll band indoors. Not out on the deck, not out in the parking area where it'll be a menace for the neighborhood. They could do it indoors. Okay, that's not unusual for an establishment like this. In fact, they could have acoustic music anywhere on the property. This just says amplified. That's all we do. And then it keeps only the music, the amplified music, not past 8 p.m., but they can still be open until 10, 11, 12, 1 a.m., whatever the state might change the law to. They would have no restrictions there. It would just be amplified music. So this is not a burden. This lets them maintain their status quo, have their expanded deck. Should state law change, may or may not, that would allow them to have entertainment and open later hours, this constrains that slightly. So this is really a fairly gentle condition, not unusual for this kind of thing, that I think works for the neighborhood and should. It's not completely unrestricted like any business wants, but this is not something that's going to give them a horrible competitive disadvantage. So I urge support for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. I'm going to offer an amendment to the amendment on the last page of the amendment. I would delete the words "and shall cease no later than 8 p.m."
Second. Moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment to the amendment.
I would just like to say, I see Mr. Weddleton's point. I've got a lot of concerns about this amendment wholesale, but of that particular portion about 8 p.m., if this establishment were to have entertainment inside, great, but no amplified sound means not even a radio after 8 p.m. That means it puts them in a significant disadvantage. I frequent the breweries, like music isn't a bad thing, or a television if they're allowed. Like, that's not going to impact the outdoor neighbors because it's going to be inside the building. So that's the purpose of the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. So one neighbor has complained about something that isn't even really happening yet, and we're trying to go in front of state law and make rules for later in case it happens. I feel like we are way too early on this, and we need to be more responsive to the broader community. But I want to, if I'm misunderstanding, I'd like you to help me understand.
May I address that?
Yeah, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, well, thanks. This is not because one neighbor complained. I got an email from one person on this, and he complained. This is not because one neighbor complained. This is because I've got experience with this from years on the Planning Commission and gravel pits and all kinds of different commercial next to neighborhoods. This is very, very common. And what you do when they go for conditional use is you set conditions to pay respect to the neighborhood. It's not because one person notifies we should pay attention. Now, they have not had complaints about loud music because they have not had loud music. They're not allowed to. That's why there are no complaints. Were this not a brewery, perhaps it were a bar and they had regular music, we'd have some complaints. And we know from experience, this is not news to us. So that's the impetus of this, is that. And also, in other words, it is likely that the law will change. It sounds like there's momentum there. I don't track it that closely, but it seems like there is momentum to change it, to allow this. The special land use permit goes with the land, goes forever. We don't put restrictions on it. There are no restrictions. They simply don't have to worry about it. So we do it now or we never do it.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just keep staring at this map of this property and looking how it's laid out right next to a highway in a very busy part of Girdwood. It's, this is when any of the events happen, this is where it's all happening. This is, so to me, as a very active place with this new kind of zoning idea of commercial close to residential where you can actually do business things next to where people live, I think I'm persuaded by Ms. Quinn Davidson's question and also Ms. Zalatel that it doesn't make sense to add these restrictions at this time. If we need to, we can always come back and have this conversation, but a good operator can be extended some level of trust to do the right thing, and this area just seems to be a good fit for this use. So I'm going to be opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Although, for clarity, we are currently debating Ms. Zalatel's amendment to the amendment, which is to remove...
I'm sorry, that's right. I'll be in support of her amendment.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Welton, to Ms. Zalatel's amendment to the amendment?
Oh, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
She made a compelling case.
Okay. So let's please vote on Ms. Zalatel's amendment to the amendment, which deletes the words "and shall cease no later than 8 p.m." Mr. Constant?
Yeah, that's yes. Thanks for clarifying.
No worries. Okay, so that amendment to the amendment passes 9-0. We are now back to Mr. Weddleton's amendment as amended. Mr. Weddleton, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I have a question for staff. Might be Mr. Schutte. If things changed and operators change, they 10 years from now, 20, they retire, sell it, and we get another operator in here, and they have loud music out in the parking lot, and there's problems. Neighbors complain. What are our recourses if it's not addressed now?
Through the chair, Chris Schutte, Economic Community Development Director. I failed to bring my code book with me, but in short, and I'm looking to Todd or Kate to back me up on this, the code provisions in Title 21 related to special land use permits for alcohol have specific provisions in them that talk about the termination of the SLUP if an event like the one you described happens, so if the license is sold or transferred. So in your case, the hypothetical you just posed, the license would transfer, the SLUP would expire. The same is true if it were sat vacant for a while, et cetera, et cetera. But I think really what you're asking about is, let's say this is approved tonight and Girdwood hosts Lollapalooza. That would trigger, obviously, lots of noise complaints, et cetera. The Assembly can bring the SLUP back, is my understanding, based on previous discussions we've had about other SLUPs, including the Carousel Lounge. And this was a point that Assembly Member Eric Croft really sort of beat into my head at that during those meetings. So I think that given your hypothetical, there are other avenues available for the Assembly and for the community, as well as the existing provisions about expiration of SLUPs if they transfer, et cetera.
Maybe I complicated it by the transfer. I was trying to let these very good popular operators not to be maligned, and I don't want to suggest that they would, but perhaps is there someone, so we don't know, because my understanding is if I will ask that you could speak. Typically, we don't operate that way. It's a very weird, unfortunate process, but is there someone here who could tell if there is a special land use permit, we don't put conditions on it, and the state law changes so they could have some number of, loud music events, are we just out of luck, or can we go, whoa, 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 that's not working, and pull it back? What you got, Dean? Oh, we have a new attorney.
I'm not exactly sure, but I think Ms. Vogel is about to speak to this question.
Yeah, Mr. Vogel.
Honestly, through the chair, I was just going to say, I don't think we have the answer to that question, so we'd be happy to look into it for you and get back to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Mr. Weddleton's amendment? Do you want to?
Mr. Henga, can you come up? You had a brief moment.
Do you have a question for him?
You had your hand up. Tell me why.
I was just going to respond to that. Each one of those live entertainment permits would need to be approved by AMCO. So that's if we were out of compliance, let's say we had KISS or I don't know any of the cool bands now, and we would have to, AMCO could revoke that permit. So
but we don't know that. I mean, that's because it's.
But we wouldn't be allowed to do another one. So.
Right, but it just.
So we'd receive a notice of violation for it.
All right,
so
thanks.
I don't know if you would, but yeah, we need to approve each one through AMCO.
Ms. Quinn Davidson, you're in the queue.
Well, can I address that briefly? Sorry.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
There is nothing to approve. They're not allowed to have music. We have no idea the way the state law would change.
Yep.
So under what they are discussing now, that may or may not be the case. But should the future hold, it could be that the legislature decides let breweries be bars and have music all they want. We don't know. That's hypothetical. What's not hypothetical is that this operation is right next to a neighborhood, and noise becomes an issue with this kind of operation in a neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Quinn Davidson, and then Mr. Schutte also appears to be approaching the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate what Mr. Weddleton's doing because I think that he really cares about the neighborhood, and that's why he's doing this. But I just feel like it's too early. We have this great business that, I've been to, seems like a nice part of the community, hasn't broken any rules, and we have a state law coming soon that might allow them to be more competitive with other businesses that are similar to them. And I just feel really uncomfortable putting these parameters on them when there's no reason to believe it's necessary. So I'm going to vote no on the amendment, but I know Mr. Weddleton's coming from a good place, but I can't support it.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Schutte?
Thank you. I have my code book in front of me now. So I'll refer you to Anchorage Municipal Code 2103040, subsection C5. This deals with conditions of approval. And speaking to Mr. Weddleton's point, sub-bullet C of that does read as follows. The Assembly may, at its discretion, modify conditions of approval of a special land use permit when the Assembly finds this is warranted by public safety concerns or negative impacts on surrounding properties. Before the Assembly acts to modify conditions of approval on a SLUP, notice shall be provided to the permit holder in accordance with 2103-020H, and a public hearing shall be held. So that's the essence of what Mr. Croft was arguing during the carousel, is that if for some reason you don't get it right the first time, the Assembly has the ability to come back to address public safety or neighborhood concerns at a later date.
So I think it's pretty clear from the code you just read that we have the ability to modify a SLUP after it's been granted. But I think what Mr. Weddleton is getting at is I don't recall a time that we've ever done that, at least on my time on the body. And I also don't know what the actual mechanism is by which we bring that SLUP back before us. Is it a resolution? Do we have to initiate it? Do you have to initiate it? Do you have any guidance on that? Okay. And I think that's the question we sort of asked of the attorneys as well. What is the actual mechanism by which we bring a SLUP back before us? Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We inquired about this with regard to a SLUP in Midtown, and it is a resolution, and it puts it back before the body.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Schutte. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel.
Mr. Chair?
Yep, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I, too, am going to oppose the amendment. I think that we should give them a shot. And we did, I thought, as I heard previously discussed, address this kind of issue with the carousel. And but that was a bad operation that was transformed into a good one through a very robust conversation. And I'm struck tonight, if you look at your agenda on item 9D8, liquor license number 2805 was approved tonight without comment. That was the Carousel Lounge. They got their renewal. And so this process works. And I don't believe we need to be restrictive before we have a real problem. So, yeah, for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
Just briefly to Mr. Constant, it does work. We put restrictions on the carousel, and they seem to have worked. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, please vote on Mr. Weddleton's amendment as amended. Mr. Constant.
No.
That's 2 in one night. All right. That amendment fails 1-8. We now have before us the main motion, a resolution approving this additional square footage. Is there any discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, please vote on this item. Mr. Constant.
Yes.
That item passes 9-0. We are now.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm going to say good night and thank you, everybody. I have meetings on Capitol Hill in 4.5 hours. Thank you.
Good luck and Godspeed.
All right.
So all right, we are now on item 14B. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Kennedy, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to reconsider item 14I, resolution number AR 2020-70, for purposes of continuing public hearing at the postponed meeting that we have reset it to.
Okay. So you'd like us to call that item back up and then reopen public hearing for the 14th of April?
To reopen it so that we can establish that there will be public hearing
Right.
at that meeting regarding whatever it is we hear from.
Okay, so we have a motion to reconsider. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Do we need just two? That's right.
Is there any opposition to that motion to reconsider item 14I? That was the Top Shelf Herbs of Alaska. That was the item that we postponed. Yeah. We can reconsider that, right? Okay. All right. So that has been reconsidered.
Did you vote? Nobody objected?
Nobody objected by unanimous consent. Mr. Constant is no longer with us. I mean, he's still on this mortal coil. He's just no longer a part of this meeting. So that item is now back before us. And so now, Ms. Kennedy, would you like to make a motion to reopen public hearing and continue it till the 14th?
Yes, I would, if that's the language. Do we need to say that we're reopening it, or I guess we're reopening to continue it to the date of April 14th, I believe is the date.
Is that correct? Okay, the clerk says that is correct. Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, any opposition to that motion? Okay, so we've reopened public hearing and it's been continued to the 14th of April. Do we need any additional motions, Madam Clerk?
Would I have Ms. Kennedy as the mover for that, and did Ms. Salatel second?
I believe so, yes. I think we have unanimous consent. Okay? All right. Do we need any additional, or that item is now on the 14th? Okay. We are, okay. While the clerk is catching up, I'll just note that the number of assembly members is dwindling, and this is exactly why we need to pass an ordinance in the near future to give us the ability to have more meetings remotely in the face of sickness.
We'll have more assembly members.
Well, that too. Well, All right, we're now on item 14B, resolution number AR 2020-63, a resolution of municipality of Anchorage appropriating fundraising, campaign funds, and donor donations from the Anchorage Library Foundation in the amount of $109,000 for the 2020 Community Resource Program.
Waive reading.
Oh, thank you. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing no one. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes 8-0. We are now on we are now on item 14C, resolution number AR 2020-67, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating the Eklutna Valley Community Council area as a secure trash regulation zone for the manager's office. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item, Mr. Weddleton.
You know, I urge support for this. I mean, this Eklutna Valley, as few people as it is, they believe they have more bears than people there, and they asked us to designate their area as a secure trash area, and I think the impact, we should do that. I think one thing that's notable in our information here, though, and it's not unexpected, but the current difference between a bear cart and a not bear cart when your user is quite small. I think it's less than $1 a month. But in this case, it's expected to rise up, depending on the size, between $11 and $13 a month. So it is getting substantially more expensive, or will, I think. Could I call Kurt? I forgot last name, Kurt. I'm sorry, can I do that?
Yeah. Sir, could you please identify yourself for the record?
Yeah, I'm Kurt Froning. I am the district manager for Alaska Waste.
You have a question for Mr. Froning?
Yeah, I just clarify. I mean, it was not unexpected when we got into this that at some point you would have to recoup, you and other trash haulers, the 10-time multiple or 5. The bear carts are 5 times as costly to you, and you have to recoup it. So it hasn't happened yet, but I think you're looking to raise the price to recoup that cost.
Yeah, the cost is going up a little bit out in the Eklutna area. That's one of our more distant zones, so what the price they pay is a little bit higher than what it is in other zones throughout Anchorage proper. So the cost that it is going up a little bit. It's not an order of $11, $13 right now. We have proposed rates before the Regulatory Commission right now. We're working through a rate case right now. But as far as our interim rates and what we're charging right now, it's again a small uptick. I don't have the exact dollar figure right here, but it's small this year, and then once our rate case is finalized, it'll be a bit more.
And that would be the 11 to 13 a month?
Potentially. Right now, like I said, we go through, it's a very long process for us as a regulated utility. It's a very long process for us to get those rates set. So we have proposed rates, we have interim rates, a lot of things going on right now. But there's other mechanisms in place that we're working through with the RCA that will allow the cost to be not quite so substantial.
Okay, good. Thank you. And I just highlight that for people because as we go through this and we were thinking kind of a hot spot is in Muldoon, and that's a lower income area, it would be substantially more than a small number of carts, and the dollar amount would be significant. So just hold that thought as we move forward with this.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, sir. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm afraid I might have to ask Kurt, and tell me your name again, please, sir, your last name.
Yeah, it's a mouthful. It's Froning.
Okay. How do you spell that?
Froening.
Okay. Well, Mr. Froning, one of my questions was just in regard to the timing of this. I realize there's only a handful of customers that this really affects, but is 3 weeks enough time to actually notify them that this is now a new requirement? You've got the bear cans available, you can get them delivered. Does that really give people enough time? I know you're also up against bears waking up about that time too. So.
Well, currently in this trash zone, this Eklutna Valley trash zone, we have a total of 14 customers. Of those 14 customers, 10 of them already have bear carts. So really it's reaching out to the other 4 of them and seeing what they want to do for their options. As far as for what we're able to do, we're able to, certainly I feel confident we're able to reach them, have those conversations. Whether you all feel that that's a reasonable amount of time for them to make a decision and to decide what they want to do, it's up to you. But from our standpoint, we feel like we would have no problem meeting that deadline.
Okay, thank you. And that kind of is my concern, is whether or not people have, don't go away, please, whether or not people have enough time to actually make that decision and knowing that it is going to cost them more. But we can talk about that amongst ourselves, I guess. But my question, though, for you, Mr. Freund, is the idea of changing the cost of the bear carts and spreading that cost out area-wide. You say that is before the RCA right now?
It's something that we've been discussing with them. We've been had conversations with the administration. We've had some conversations about the greater good of the Anchorage area. So I would say right now those are preliminary conversations, but certainly the secure trash zone ordinance, when it was written, is designed for obviously the public health, the public good of everyone in Anchorage by having these zones. And so the intent is not as a way for us to. The intent is that it's affordable for everyone, that the people that live in those areas will be able to afford those carts. They are quite expensive, and I think that's been talked to. I know I've talked about it in the past. They are very expensive. And so, as a business, we need to find a way to recoup that somehow. So the cost of providing the service and the cost of the carts has to be borne somewhere. So that really, it's going to boil down to what the Regulatory Commission allows us to do, what we're able to do, and what makes sense for the community as a whole.
Okay, and if I might continue, Mr. Chair. So specifically, I already have a bear-proof trash can, and I don't live in the area that we're doing this for right now. But so what does that mean in terms of people that already have a bear-proof trash can? Does that reduce their rate then?
It doesn't reduce their rate. Currently, the way that our rates are set through the Regulatory Commission, it's based on it's a true cost of service study that we have to do. And we're always catching up. So what we look at is we look at whether or not our returns on what our costs have been over the last several years are correct. And so we are currently now providing all of this data to the RCA, saying this is what it has cost us over these last several years to provide this service. And then based on that is how we set our rates going forward. So I would say that for someone who has a trash cart currently, they're a bear cart or any cart, the rates are not going down. We currently have right now, we've got approval to do a 3% interim increase while the RCA looks at our rate case. They have 450 days to make a ruling on that. So over this next year plus, we have a 3% increase on all of our tariff rates because we feel we've undercollected for this last several years.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you, sir. Seeing no further discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes 8-0. We are now on item 14D, ordinance number AO 2020-19, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving creation of a street light service area, which includes certain real property adjacent to Upper Lowland Avenue, to be designated as the Uplands Phase 3 SLSA.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes 8-0. We are now at item 14E, ordinance number AO 2020-23, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly directing a change in the name of Traffic Department to Traffic Engineering Department and amending other sections of the Anchorage Municipal Code and Code of Regulations accordingly, Traffic Department. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? What did you say? Please vote on this item.
Just trying to speed things up.
Oh, yeah. That passes 8-0 enthusiastically. We are now on item 14F, ordinance number AO 2020-20, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code to delete subsection 16.55.115C.2, requiring child care facilities to name the municipality as an additional insured. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes 8-0. We are now on item 14G, ordinance number AO 2020-24, an ordinance replacing references in Anchorage Municipal Code from abuse to misuse when referring to substance misuse, and amending Anchorage Municipal Code and Code of Regulations accordingly. Assembly members Rivera, LaFrance, and Quinn Davidson. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
I guess I'm not opposed to this. If it's a kinder way to speak to people, I'm okay with more kindness in the world. But there's in the AM, I don't know if there's anyone from the administration who can speak to this, but it says the Personnel Rules Committee voted in favor by a split vote, and the Human Resources Advisory Board voted against the change. And is there anyone here who could tell us why? I mean, here it kind of brushes it off as a minor issue.
I'm sorry, could Ms. Vogel? Could you speak in the microphone, ma'am? Thank you.
Still learning the technicalities here. Thank you. Through the chair, I know Dee did attend those meetings, and I did not. So I'm not prepared to expound at length. I know they're just advisory boards in terms of why I think there was as relayed to me, which is admittedly secondhand, there was at least some concern that abuse and misuse can sometimes mean different things to certain practitioners.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, well, they are advisory, and we value that advice. And I feel like here we got 2 advisory boards, and we got their vote. But it would be more useful to me. I mean, a lot of these things, we have voluminous stuff from community councils and other groups and Recovery Alaska, but really not anything useful from these advisory groups. So whoever puts these together, I would like to see what they say. I'm not an expert on this. To me, it's somewhat counterintuitive, too. But so I need help, and I'm not getting it there. So thanks.
Is there anyone else? People are in the queue here, but can any of you speak to Mr. Weddleton's question specifically? Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Sure, maybe Mr. Rivera can too. So Dee brought these to, I don't know if they had to go or she decided to bring them to these commissions. No one was there to speak on behalf of the change. And she said they discussed it with sort of limited knowledge about this subject matter and then said, this is my understanding, we don't really understand why we need to do it, so we'll just vote against it. So I don't think there was a very robust conversation. However, we've had pretty robust conversations with Tiffany Hall, the director of Recover Alaska, who has shared data with us showing that this actually makes a difference for people experiencing substance misuse disorders. And so for that reason alone, we want to support it. I think it was a lack of information on those bodies' part that led them to make that decision. That's what was indicated to me from Dee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I would just also state that the recommendation for this came from the community assessment, which was done last year. And so this is a recommendation from the Anchorage Health Department, which we are acting on. And, in the letter that we got from Tiffany Hall, who's the executive director of Recover Alaska, she stated that we rank 10th in the nation for proportion of people reporting alcohol dependence or misuse. And so anything, in my opinion, that we can do to change that stigma, I think, is important. And, this is, I think, very evidence-based and focused on what's best practices. I've been asked personally, why are you spending time doing this? And I think the way that we frame the problem is so critically important in how we discuss and implement solutions to the problem. So I would urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this. I know it's difficult when we start to, change language, but words matter. Words in this area, and when we're talking about people, always matter. As a, I guess now 15-year disability advocate, the words and the way we talk about folks who experience disabilities has changed significantly over the course of that time, and it's made a huge difference. And so while it can feel trivial or that it's just a change in language, it's actually quite important. And I just ask everyone's patience as everyone comes on board and picks up the new language, because it does take a really, really long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only had a question about who else is doing this. I mean, is the state doing this federally, just who else is doing this? So,
would any of the sponsors like to speak to that? Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't speak specifically to whether or not the federal government or the state is doing that, but in the AIM that was included from Recover, there is the section referencing the AP style book. And from the world I came from before here, that is pretty significant in terms of matching up your documents to what's in the style book. So that is enough, I know, for me to feel like, okay, if the federal government and the state isn't doing it, they should be. And once again, I think the city gets an opportunity to lead the way if they're not doing it. That didn't answer your question, but...
She appealed to a higher authority, the AP style book. Mr. Rivera, do you want to speak to that?
Thank you. Yeah, and so besides the AP style book, some other organizations that are doing this are the American Medical Association, the American Society of Addiction Medicine, Faces and Voices of Recovery, and the International Society of Addiction Journal Editors.
Okay. Do you have any other questions, Ms. Kennedy?
Maybe one. I just want to make sure there's not a penalty for messing up and using the old world word again. Thank you.
No. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. LaFrance.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think pretty much everything has been said, and to Mr. Rivera, through the chair, thanks for the answers to Ms. Kennedy's question. But it's a small step, but I think it's an important one for all the reasons that have been already stated. So thank you. Urge support.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Seeing no further discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes 8-0. We are now on item 14H, ordinance number AO 2020-18, an ordinance determining and approving the total amount of the annual operating budget of the Anchorage School District for its fiscal year 2020 to 2021, and determining and appropriating the portion of the Assembly approved budget amount to be made available for local sources, Anchorage School District. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Okay. President Marcet. And I'll just note, I think the intention is to continue this until the next meeting. We don't intend to vote on it tonight.
Right. You're going to vote on it March 24th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I know that we are having and I'm sorry, Star Marcet, President of Anchorage School Board. Thank you. Work session on the 18th to review the budget with the Assembly. I would ask that the Assembly ask their questions as early as possible so that we can get back to you with those answers. Please know that as a board and a district, we have vetted this budget extensively. Health is not being cut. It's a program that we could save money with without cutting classroom teachers and offering it differently, where PE teachers would offer it 3 times a week or classroom teachers maybe 5 times a week. Is it ideal? No. But of course, all teachers are being asked to do more. We've cut TAs in our classrooms to try to save money so we wouldn't have to increase classroom sizes. Our teachers are incredible. They are doing so much more. We've cut custodial workers. They're now having to do more cleanup. Everything that we can do without having to cut the classroom. The board is actually asked, or we are in an impossible situation of offering a quality education with flat funding since 2013, and everybody knows that $1 in 2013 isn't worth, or 2000, whatever it is. Anyway, it's not the same value today. With utilities, salaries, health care continue to increase, less grants from being awarded from the state, less funding for transportation and other services, our options are dire. It's either increase class size by increasing the number of students in classrooms or reducing our classroom teachers. I would ask you to look at this budget as a whole and not to just focus on health questions, but where are we as a district and the choices that we have to make to still be able to operate in the best interest of all of our 47,000 plus students. Thank you.
Thank you, President Marcet. We have a question for you from Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I would just really want to thank you, President Marcet, for staying here and sitting through this many hours of meetings. I really look forward to the work session next week and to having a really collaborative and productive discussion, both, of course, on the health programs, because that's been a topic of discussion, and I think it is important for us to drill down on that, but also, as you state, sort of in a broader way as well. So I'm looking forward to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm looking at page 1 in the $16.5 million for the bond debt that the governor is not agreeing to pay like they promised they would. Do you know how much that amounts to per $100,000?
Mr.
Maybe
Ratliff
you can call a friend if
question.
necessary.
Yes, I have support.
Beautiful.
I have a friend to call.
Sir, if you could please identify yourself for the record.
Thank you. My name is Andy Ratliff. I'm the Director of the Office of Management and Budget for the school district. So I believe the $16.5 million that we were expected to cover based on the governor's veto of the bond debt equates to about $48 per 100,000. And that will be assessed on the 2020 taxes. As it sits now, the governor did, in his budget proposal, has proposed another reduction of the same amount, and I believe the House, when they passed their budget, included that reduction as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. And no further questions. Thank you guys so much. Would anyone else like to testify? Hello.
Hi. My name is Kaya Colborn. I'm a nationally board certified teacher, and I'm in my 19th year of teaching at the Anchorage School District, and I've taught grades 1st through 6th. Currently, I teach at Rogers Park Elementary in the neighborhood program, 6th grade. I think I skipped that part. I love teaching, and I love the diversity of our community and how that diversity is represented in our neighborhood schools. I want to share 2 concerns that I have with the budget that's proposed for ASD. It states that K-12 will have a 1-hour late start across the board next year, 1 day a week, as well as lose all 28.7 of its elementary health teachers. When we added the health teachers to elementary school, it was a win-win. We had a citywide mayoral task force at the time who developed that plan, and we're now seeing the benefits of the first adults who are graduating from high school who have had a dedicated health teacher throughout their elementary and primary education. The CDC also just released that the best practice for health information is indeed through a designated health teacher. As we prepared for the coronavirus outbreak, our first people on the ground were our health teachers. That was our first line of defense. We went over the hand washing, and we went over several of their lessons within the health classroom, reaching all of our elementary schools and our elementary students. So taking away health education taught by that designated health teacher is not what our city needs, not now. The health teacher at the elementary level interacts with all the students in the school and sees the students year after year building that relationship. In the health classroom, they're only graded on their participation, and they know that they're in a designated safe space in order to ask all those kinds of questions. In our comprehensive health curriculum, not a component-based, but comprehensive health curriculum, the Great Body Shop, the lessons include literacy, an interactive component, as well as a social-emotional component. And it goes through nutrition and body systems, drug and alcohol abuse. 4 times a year as well, the health teachers teach personal safety, which includes child and sexual abuse. This includes the no-go tell, as it covers many upcoming online situations as well. Among Alaska's adults, 20% of deaths are related to obesity and inactivity. 30% are related to guns, alcohol, drugs, and smoking. All of these areas are covered in the Great Body Shop to our youngest learners. And when it's covered by that dedicated health teacher who has built strong relationships with students over the course of their elementary career, and not by a classroom teacher 15 minutes a week. So my other concern is the late start that has also been not very well publicized. This will have a detrimental impact on working families like my own who have made significant sacrifices in order to not pay for childcare. I can't imagine how this late start will impact our families who already find it difficult to get their children to school on time. It also equates to our students coming to school 2 months less by the end of the year. Is our community ready to have 46,000 students staying home more? Currently, there are high schools who have opted to do a late start. However, the busing hasn't changed, and they just arrive by bus. That means elementary wouldn't start till 10 a.m. There's a solution.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a question from Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. Our impression talking with the school district board and staff is they understand the huge benefit of having the health teachers, kind of as you've described. But they're very intent on not increasing class size. That was their bottom line. So
this would be a 0.5 increase. One student more, one more paper is so much smaller than, it's slightly more than half of our elementary school students getting full health education. So one more student more in my class, it's the teacher. It's not one more student more that's going to make that difference. I would take that over thousands of students missing health education.
Right, thanks. That was the trade-off discussion I was looking for. Appreciate it.
Thank you. There are no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
My name is Eugene Carl Heyman. I live in the Mat-Su Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. Number one, this says for reading March 10th. That's today. That really means that you're introducing it for public hearing, but you're having public hearing now. I tried a few hours ago to get an explanation to when was this introduced, because I'm seeing it today. How can you have a public hearing on an item for introduction? That's what you've done. And with all due respect, I tried with the deputy clerk a few hours ago to get an explanation, and that's all they had. So let's go on to the other issues. When did you start this conversation for the public to speak? 10:08 p.m. That reminds me about 15 minutes before midnight when you had the first public hearing on the Municipality of Anchorage budget. And now we're talking about the school district budget. The monies to go to school district, and if you shorten the monies less, then they have to revise their budget. But also let you remind us this, and I appreciate that the Barbara Jones and Dunbar chair hears my conversation instead of talking among each other, because these pertain that you should be hearing and not be disrespectful. Last Friday, you had a joint meeting of the school board and the assembly. Now you're going to have what we call a work session next week, because you had expected, but it wasn't on the agenda, have a conversation on this item before this public hearing, which has not been introduced right. I'm told by also by the way, where is the superintendent? One would think that the superintendent would be present at this significant moment to be able to answer questions. And I'll remind you on Star Marset, a year ago, school board meetings are not for the public. I guess Assembly Member Dunbar doesn't listen. He wants to talk about whatever he wants to speak to privately. That's disrespectful. So you need to continue public hearing. But how much more time? We're told that the last chance for a public hearing is going to be the next meeting. But then there has not been a conversation, and next week you're going to have a special meeting with the school board on this item, and it's going to be a work session, which you do not have a place for public comment. State law provides a reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard. But I guess the new lawyers for the city wants to ignore that. And by the way, fake news, that's not falsely over there. For anyone who's watching, that's another part of the administration, so you need to change names there. The entire administration seems to have bad name tags, and that's hard enough for the public to witness whose people are and need to be changed. So, fake news. And that ends it with a comment.
Okay. Would anyone else like to testify on this item?
Oh, I have 10 seconds left.
Move to continue the public hearing to March 24th.
Second.
Moved and second. Just double check. There's no one else tonight who would like to speak to this item? Okay. So we've had a motion to continue public hearing until March 24th. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none. Oh, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question because I noticed that even though this was introduced tonight, there was also the fact that per Municipal Code 6.10.050, it says that there is an automatic setting for public hearing, or it's automatically introduced. Can we get an explanation of how that actually works, please?
Mr. Gates, can you perhaps explain that?
Sure. Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, is this on now? Yes, Mr. Chair, the code provision you just cited, Code Section 61050D, it sets out a specific process. It says that immediately upon delivery to the municipal clerk, the ordinance submitted as required by this section shall be deemed to be automatically introduced and set for public hearing on the second Tuesday after the first Monday in March of the year, which is tonight. And so we're just complying with the code provision by considering the school district budget submitted March 2nd, Monday, now being set for public hearing automatically tonight. It's a unique process that I don't think we have for any other public hearing item in the code, but it was amended into code in 1997. I did a little background research, 1996, and for the express purpose of following this tight timeline that we have for the school board to approve their budget, send it to us, and according to our charter, have the public hearing and do amendments within 30 days and send it back. And then also having any final action, if we do have amendments, sending it back for the school board to look at it and have a second public hearing and finish it all by the end of April, 60 days before the end of the fiscal year. So that's the justification for that being added to code back in 1996. I think that might be a longer answer than you were expecting.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. All right. Any opposition to the motion to continue public hearing? Not seeing any. Public hearing has been continued to the meeting of March 24th. We are now on item 14J, resolution number AR 2020-73, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary liquor license number 3953 for Maria Gallo Covarrubias, doing business as Los Arcos Restaurant, located at 2000 East Dowling Road.
Wave reading.
Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes 8-0. That concludes our new business for the night. We are now on the special orders. There are none. Audience participation. Would anyone like to speak on anything that wasn't on our agenda today?
That's illegal. You know, Constant would say that too.
Your time has begun.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I spoke the last time. That's something that wasn't on the agenda, the virus. But as I said, thousands of Americans die of the flu. And what we allow is a situation where the public sends their children to school sick. It gets frustrating when everyone's picking up their clothes and trying to get out of the room, and then we really don't feel respectful here. But I guess I'm patiently waiting for that respectful moment. Now, number one, I continue witnessing meetings where staff come sick to meetings. What's the problem here? You don't need to do an emergency to say, and the administration is saying they want to make things better and prepare. Well, where's the preparation when you go to a last Thursday on the Assembly Economic, where one person was coughing approximately one every 90 seconds throughout the meeting, and by staff. In the back 2 weeks ago, the librarian was coughing regularly throughout the meeting. Alaska Judicial Council, a week ago Saturday, in a 9 o'clock meeting I went to with one member of the public, 3 members of the Judicial Council, including the Supreme Court, was sick. Dunbar, Assembly Member Dunbar, is known to come in and be very sick and fill up a box of waste paper box of tissues during a meeting like at the Mayor's Conference Room. And then the presentation last week dealing with the virus by the Health Department up in the Mayor's Conference Room. I'm still waiting for that presentation copy. It hasn't arrived. And the excuse that it wasn't available there is it constantly changes. But there was a presentation in that room, and the public did not see it. We are running a program where there's less trust in what you do. And we have a worldwide health crisis. Where's the faith in what you're doing? You are going into a situation where you're looking to have a maybe introduced for Thursday, maybe, so you can have a special introduction for next Tuesday. I guess maybe it's not a school board meeting. Oh, wait a minute. That's business as usual. But this is the way you operate, and there's less and less faith in what you do, and more less respect to the public here. And I remind you again, when did you have the school budget, the monies? When? 10:08 in the evening? And where was the superintendent of schools? She wasn't present. And there was an introduction, and to keep on making excuses, and the attorney's there, that's no excuse. You say it's the law. Remind you in closing.
No, your time has expired.
Providing a reasonable opportunity to be heard.
Expired.
You violated that law.
Would anyone else like to participate tonight? Anyone at all? Okay. We'll move on to Assembly comments. We'll start on this side this time. Ms. LaFrance?
No comments, thanks.
Ms. Zalatel? Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So tonight there were 2 really huge issues for Midtown that I got wrapped into shortly after getting on the body in 2017. So I just really want to thank the clerk's office and everyone involved, and just want to say I'm super glad to be working with this group. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comments.
Thank you. I'll just use this time to say briefly for my colleagues, if we are going to have a special meeting on Thursday, we need to have it noticed by close of business tomorrow. So we will be working on that, and you'll have a decision one way or another by close of business tomorrow, and I obviously commit that to you. Mr. Weddleton?
Nothing to add. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, and that's it. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
All right, second. We're adjourned.